All right, hello everyone. Welcome to our workshop meeting. Everybody there? Good to see you all. Sorry I can't make it. Dad's healing well. Got a few cracked ribs. Washington City Council will hold a public electronic workshop meeting Wednesday, December 9th, 2020, 4:30 in council room. Again, this meeting is broadcast via YouTube Live, and you can link on at washingtoncity.org/meetings. If you're all ready, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Councilman Staley will motion that we approve the agenda.
Thank you, Councilman Staley. Do I have a second?
Councilman Bundy, second.
Thank you, Councilman Bundy. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Move on to item 2, discussion and update presentation of the soccer complex project, Study Farm. Economic Development Director, Matt Liu. Nice picture, Matt. You there, Matt?
Matt Liu, do you hear us?
Matt? Hey, Drew, walk across the hall and see if Matt's there. Will you, please?
Is at home.
He's at home.
Oh, okay. Should we move on to item 3 and come back to number 2, gentlemen?
I think I just heard him, Mayor.
You there,
Are
Matt?
you there?
Unmute.
Maybe not.
Chief Evans, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to item 3 and we'll come back to Matt. Item 3, discussion and update of CARES funding.
Take it. We're hoping that this will be your last update. Kind of has to be, really, because we're at the tail end, of course. We apologize. We'd sent the information in. There's a lot of stuff going in your packets. And so I don't know that you got the briefing document or the information, or if you had a chance to look at it. Yeah? So with that, of course, this really zeroes out that the funding that came through the CARES Act. There were some changes because we really just hit a timeline that we couldn't fit some of those in. And that took us to where we are. And we just wanted to make sure that you didn't have any questions or thoughts with regards to that, and make sure that you knew what was going on.
Chief, when you're talking about zeroing out, it looks like you're talking about the remaining balance that's not on the list there, going towards public safety, COVID related costs, expenses, wages, sick time.
That's correct. So we, so really, in a sense, and that was really a piece of the puzzle back even a couple of weeks ago when you asked about if we were comfortable with spending it all. We knew that that was a piece that we hadn't added in yet, and so ultimately we were going to leave that piece as kind of that end piece and make sure that we took care of all the projects that came forward first, and we feel like we did, and that really leaves us with basically that amount, which accounts for about 7% of the time. In our communication with most of the municipalities around the state, that's maybe half of what, and probably even lower than that, than what most have accounted for. So we're very comfortable that with that number as far as it.
And the next item on our agenda tonight is the Dove Center donation. That's not part of the CARES funding. That's separate.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you work through anything? I know we had some discussion on utilities and different things. Were you able to work through that with those that had an interest in it, or?
Yeah, and I think that's a piece that'll come up that's kind of goes with along the same lines as the Dove Center. In a sense, there's some money there that we've accounted for in that 300,000. Shouldn't say accounted for out of that CARES money that
Gotcha.
They have available, basically. It's not CARES money. We've taken that from as far as used it as that piece of public safety. So you can use that for those programs. But that'll come out of of course, the general fund, not out of CARES.
But in that respect, every item on this list for the CARES Act expenditures, as far as we're concerned, it meets the strings that it is attached to.
Yeah, we believe so. You know, we've had a hard time, of course, still. The state doesn't want to tell us yes or no on anything with regards to it. We've been able to get some yes and some okays, those kind of things. They'll never give you a hard line. We feel like everything absolutely fits into it. I don't know that anybody truly knows absolutely yes or no. We've sent it through multiple people as far as in the city with regards to that too, to make sure everybody agrees. And yeah, we're comfortable that everything's on the list. Absolutely.
Are there any new items on the list that weren't there last time we met, last meeting? It looks like there may be a few little items.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. The bottom 5 on that list in gray, 6, were not in the last one. So what occurred there was, and as you remember, we had a pretty significant amount that was set aside for the software program and then time clock. And the decision was that we were trying to force something way too fast, and we were probably, yes, we could spend it and get there, but we just didn't feel like we had the time to make that work out right. And we might then turn around and be like, hey, this, even though we just spent all that money, this purchase didn't work out, and then have to do something different. And so it was decided that we'd just go a different direction and not hurried something down a road that we just didn't have time to make sure was the right purchase, and ultimately end up wasting money. So I believe that may still be something down the road that needs to happen. It'll just be something that has more time to truly work through.
I like it. Appreciate your work on it.
Can you go into a little detail on the medical surge tents? It says in conjunction with the county project.
You bet.
Just a little detail on what that is.
Absolutely. So the county, of course, got a chunk of CARES money. I believe about 16 million, if I remember. They put $3.5 million towards medical surge units. That's what they're calling them. So these are large scale. They're tents in an aspect. They're a specialized tent. We can actually blow them up with fire equipment. The ones that they're purchasing are really large. Each of those facilities are about a 20-bed unit. They bought cots, medical supplies, monitors, all sorts of equipment to be able to use those in an overflow case. Very similar to what you see in the back of the hospital right now. Similar thing, but something that could go up countywide. When the discussion came up and we started to look at that, they felt like they had that covered. One of the things that we thought we could help with were some smaller versions. So we have these big medical tents that would take multiple people. It'd take a lot of people to set them up just by their size. They weigh a few thousand pounds, trailers, the whole 9 yards. And we worked through the option of buying some smaller ones and hope that integrating them in those pieces. And so there was communication with the county to see if that worked and if they felt like that would be useful. And they did. So you could set that up as a triage tent before you made it to the back. It could be the command center. It could be all those kind of things. And the other thing that we felt with those smaller pieces is we could distribute those in the city here, and we would be able to use them on local events and not just necessarily one thing that may or may not get used for, but we could use them on a regular event. Those tents, they're very durable and they hold up really well, but then they also have heating and air conditioning capabilities. They have lighting pieces to them. And so they would be a standalone piece. So even something as easy, this time of the year, or the flip side in the middle of the summer, if you had an event, even a lost child, you would have somewhere that you could set up off-site somewhere and be able to take care of people or keep them out of the weather and brief them, all those kind of things. And so kind of a little bit more of a multi-use kind of a piece that we thought might get used. So that was why we went down that road, but wanted to make sure that it would incorporate in there. So they felt like it would be a great piece to what they were doing.
So the items in gray at the end of the list on item 3, you are planning to incorporate those in the CARES Act funding.
That's correct.
Okay. So I misunderstood that in the way that was said in there, because I didn't think at least one of those items was going to move forward. So I need to make a declaration of potential conflict. My company bid on the door lock system there. So I just want to put that. I thought those were not moving forward.
Apologies. So those were in when we took the other out, as far as it goes. They were on the list. Most of those projects have been on the list. If you remember, we even had the discussion about the radios and trying to do something with the system. That fell off the list just because we literally couldn't find a contractor that we thought we could get it done with. And then we were able to find a contractor. And so, and this presented that opportunity. So we put it back in. So yes, the door locks did come back into it. We are in the process of, we wanted to bring this forward first, and then we're still gathering some of that. We are in a crunch. There's no two ways about that. And then we'll move forward with those projects as long as you guys were okay with them.
So the chief referred to the county group, and that's called the MRT, the Medical Response Team. And I've been on that committee, and it has been amazing to see how they've brought that forward. I just got an email yesterday that they've got most of their equipment and they're getting it set up and tested. It was brought about for a specific need, and I think that everyone will like what it's going to be used for. But those big tents were a kind of a central part of that whole system. But so just one other comment I had is just to explain to the folks that might be listening at home, the last for the wages and benefits, those are our city employees that were working for COVID related items. It's their wages and their benefits, and it's a very conservative number. I agree. Looking around the state, they were running quite a bit higher than that, and so I feel like that's conservative. And you know, having worked on this since last spring, and again, I don't want to repeat ourselves too much, but the uncharted water and trying to navigate it best we could. You know, I think that this represents a good effort. I think it represents and serves our city well, and knowing that a lot of these things do represent every citizen because we're making the decision to do this, that. And so anyway, I appreciate your work on it.
Thank you.
Likewise, thank you. It's good to have somebody that's in the know of all this. So appreciate you.
It's been quite a process to keep up with, but it's been good. And with that too, and if you remember, we've talked about our emergency management specialist that was, I mean, he retired last September. So we do understand that he tends to take his retirement the right way, but he's actually here today just to make sure that you meet Ward Symes in the back. He's of course the employee of the month as well. When we talk about a lot of this, he's handled a lot of that stuff, and he's been the one communicating with the state, and it's been great because it's not somebody that's in the middle of everything. That's kind of sits over here. So his expertise and knowledge and helping on all that has been phenomenal. So we appreciate all his work and wanted to make sure that y'all had a chance to meet him at least.
I echo that. I appreciate all his work as well.
Yes, thank you.
Ward, is you gonna have Ward come up and?
Ward, come on up.
Hey, I'm his old friend. He expected that out of me. So.
Everything going okay? But thank you. It was very, very nice words, and appreciate working with the chief. It's been a good experience for me, and hope this CARES money is kind of totally new project or a way of delivering money to states. It didn't fall under the traditional FEMA public assistance grant or anything else. It's a new thing created. So anyway, it's been a good experience for me, and happy to serve the city that I live in. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Ward.
you for your
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Ward. Make the chief take you golfing for all your efforts.
He volunteers, so we got to give him something.
Well, that's why I said take him golfing.
Thank
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. We'll go back. Matt, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Discussion and update presentation of the soccer complex project. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate some time. I do believe we have a couple gentlemen there sitting in the city council chambers that will probably take the point of this discussion. Again, this is not a new project. We have had this discussion on this project for a couple years now. I think we started back in August of 2018. And we've kind of gone through some scenarios. Obviously, COVID kind of kicked in, kind of changed some time frames. What we wanted to do this evening is take some time and just kind of update mayor and council members and staff on where the project is currently, and maybe some direction on what we need to do to move this forward in regards to some of the questions that was posed by the development group. I believe Mr. Hubbard is there in city council chambers, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Hubbard.
Thanks, Matt. So I'm Dave Hubbard, and with Really Epic Ventures, we're the group that's actually.
There's people listening online, and you kind of almost need to be centered on that mic. Yeah, if you can maybe, yeah. Let's try that. No, you're not picking up very well.
Hello, hello.
Is it just me?
I can hear myself just fine.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
That's better. Yeah, thank you.
All right. The name is Dave Hubbard with Really Epic Ventures. We are the group that is working with Carl Larson at Stuckey Farms to develop the property. To my right is Darren Wolstenhume, who is the CEO of Red Slopes Soccer, and that is a group that will operate the facility once it is in place. So we have one group that does the development, one group that does the operation, all under the auspices of Really Epic Dog Group, which is a very complicated organization, but very simple. We've got like 6 or 7 companies that we operate independently under one umbrella. I believe that Matt sent the PowerPoint presentation to each of you. I have it on my computer, but I don't know how I'm going to beam it to the.
I don't know either, and I got a document from him today, but if you send me anything in the middle of the day on a council meeting day, I'm not going to be able to read it.
I make a suggestion. Matt, do you have it on your laptop? You could share your screen, and then everybody could see it.
Good luck.
We didn't get it in our packet.
Well, it's not in the packet. I think I got an email. I'm assuming it's in the email that Matt sent.
The email he sent was just about an email.
It's in the email that Matt sent. I had sent a preliminary version, and then we did some updates and sent that to Matt. And I believe he did send it via email. Matt, if you do have it, if you can get it up on the screen, that would be great. Now, some of you.
Do you know how to share your screen, Matt?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that because we're integrating a couple of different systems. We may have to ask Steve if that's even possible.
I think the best way would be to send it to me, and I'll bring it up for you.
Matt, can you maybe forward it to Steve? You probably heard that, but I'm just echoing it.
Let's see.
And Mr. Mayor, sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you. He's resting well right now. So.
I had to get out of this. Sorry.
And make sure you tell your brother hi, will you?
I did. I asked him about you, and he had a vague recollection. It was only for a few days, but he remembered.
Did you get it?
I hope that's not.
Steve, I shared that with you.
So is it the PDFs of slides? Is that what it is?
I don't know if
Should
they're
be a PowerPoint presentation.
slides. Were they slides, Matt?
You're on mute, Matt.
There's just the two of them, the one picture I had. I don't have slides.
Excuse me. That's what I got today was just a couple of PDFs.
Yeah.
Do you have an HDMI cable that I can hook into the system?
Yeah, I was going to say, you should share your screen.
And again, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's no way to hook in from the room HDMI right now.
You have internet? I do.
Why don't you email it to Steve?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, Steve, what is your email address?
Stephen with a V at washingtoncity.org.
Stephen
At washingtoncity.org.
it's on its way. Okay, while we're getting this up, some of you actually came to Salt Lake City. I believe it was in January, February of this year, and we went out to the regional athletic complex, and also we had a meeting where we presented the basic overview of the project and what we're hoping to accomplish. The essential elements of that project have not really changed. We've increased the size a little bit from 45 acres to 55 acres so we can fully accommodate the indoor facility that we're planning on doing, as well as the 16 fields that we have planned. In essence, what we're trying to accomplish is putting in place a world-class sports facility in Washington City that will serve the needs of a very growing demand for athletic fields, complexes, and things like that. We actually hold a tournament down here every year, and we used Sullivan Park. Last year we had 147 teams, and we could not find adequate facilities to really have the quality of games that we wanted. Our hope and our proposal is that as we put this complex in place, that we will be able to host not just the 147 team tournaments, but the 300 team tournaments and the 500 team tournaments. And not just in soccer, but lacrosse, field hockey, volleyball, basketball, etc. We are proposing putting in place a 130,000 square foot facility on the property that will include a full-size indoor soccer field, a couple of basketball courts, a futsal court, classroom facilities and things like that. So it can be used not just for athletic endeavors, but also for community purposes, such as financial training from credit unions and banks to people that may be underserved in that particular realm, and teach them how to do checking accounts or balancing checkbooks or financial management or things like that. When a family comes to the facility, we're going to be having rooms that are set up with computers and internet, so that while child A is out there practicing, child B can be doing their homework with full internet access, so that it doesn't have to split families up. We can have a place where they go together to do the things that they need to do without spreading out all over the world. When we put together the proposal, we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to program many different types of activities. And some of the things that we have talked about bringing into the area is, for example, President's Cup. That's a Utah tournament that is held in Mesquite, because there's simply not enough facilities here in the St. George area or in the Washington County area. B and C level coaching courses, teaching coaches how to increase their capabilities, their professionalism, their skill sets, etc. These are fairly intensive courses that people come from all over the country to participate in. Things like girls only national tournaments, disabled special needs tournaments, NCAA tournaments, AAU qualifiers.
I'm going to interrupt you just a little bit, but partially because I think you're kind of stalling until the thing comes forward, and he's not getting that. He's not receiving it from you.
Yes. Okay. Then let me try again. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. Steve at STEVEN, right?
With a P.
At WashingtonCity.org.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what happens when you use a Mac instead of a PC.
Go away.
I agree.
All in favor?
I don't know if Steve's going to agree. But
Steve's not going to agree with you. I can tell you that right now.
We're probably going to terminate this meeting right now. In this full disclosure, I worked at Apple for 11 years, so I want no part of Windows. So what can I say?
Are you the blame for the way it's set up then? That's the big question.
No, I was actually in operations, not an engineer. So one of the things that we have done in the past is that we have brought over players and coaches from the Premier League or from La Liga. We've had James Milner, who is the vice captain of the Liverpool Football Club, over a couple times. We have Louis Garcia scheduled. We've had Robbie Fowler, Stephen Warnock come over to actually do camps and clinics with our teams. And having a facility like this would enable us to do it on a very large scale here. One of the things that we did really focus on is the benefits that it would bring to Washington City. Now, in Salt Lake, we have a program where we have coaches that are paid for by us that go into the schools, and instead of having teachers have to do PE programs and things like that, we actually conduct those programs for them. We've done that in Salt Lake City for 2 years, and we've had about 30 or 40 schools participate in that at no cost to the school and no cost to anybody. And we've already started that down here. Some of our full-time staff are actually conducting some of these sessions in schools here in Washington City. We have offered to allow the city to use 10% of the time, the open time of the facility, to use for recreational programs at no cost to the city. And when I talk about open times, we're talking about 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., not 10 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. We're talking about available time where people can actually be here and make it productively useful for them. We have done an economic benefit analysis that Matt has seen, he's reviewed, where we anticipate that the tax benefit to Washington City will be approximately $350,000 per year, based on a total economic increase of about $18 million. Now, that's based on attracting approximately 525,000 people to the complex, and then making assumptions based on how many tournaments there will be, how many people will be coming from out of the area, how many people will be coming from outside of the 15-mile area, how many purchases they'll make. And we used a analysis by a Texas A&M professor to generate the ratios and the numbers, all of which has been given to Matt. And that was done approximately a year ago. So we believe that the benefit to the city itself is going to be very positive. Not just from an economic standpoint, but actually putting Washington City's name on the map as the location in the southwestern or the western United States. I'll look at that. In the western United States, can you go to slide 8, please? All right, now back up 3. These are some of the artist renditions that we've had done. We are using Design West as an architect. And this is the front of the building. If you'll go to the next slide.
Before you leave that slide real quick, I'd just like to add that if you notice we put branding on there, and I don't know how well you know your local entities, but those are all there because our philosophy is we don't want to just brand this and have our name on there. And part of our organization is Seven Elite Academy, which is our soccer academy that we run. But we want this branded with all the local teams. And we've already had conversation both with the state governing body, Utah Youth Soccer Association, you saw their branding up there, but also Southern Utah Soccer Association, which runs a big, huge recreation league down here. And they both have interest in investing in and having branding there and running their facilities there. So just want to kind of point that out as part of what we've done and part of what our direction is.
We intentionally didn't put this under Seven Elite Academy because that is a proprietary, not-for-profit soccer club. Red Slopes is a broader organization. that is more interested in sports development, etc. This right here is the footprint of the building. You'll notice that the majority of it is taken up by a full-size soccer field. You've got 2 basketball courts that can be converted to 6 volleyball courts. You have a full-size futsal field. You've got classrooms in there which can be opened up to make a huge room or 2 separate rooms. You have locker room facilities for the officials. How many times do you have an official that, you know, is finished with a game, got somewhere else to go? Where am I going to take a shower? Where am I going to change my clothes? A full locker room facility with locker showers, etc., for the officials. We will have a full gym in terms of exercise equipment, rehab equipment, that type of thing, in addition to a concession stand and a cafe. So we wanted to make it a full service type of location, so that anything that a family needs can be accommodated right there without having to go elsewhere. Could you do the next slide? Now this is a more of a outside view of the side. You'll notice that the one part, that's the full-size soccer field, and the administrative offices are in the front, etc. All right, let's go to the next slide. Could you skip and one more, please? All right. The viability, we have looked at several sports parks across the country. We had picked out 6 in particular. Actually, that looks like 5 in particular that seem to be about the same size and scope, et cetera, that we're trying to accomplish. We looked at the number of fields, their revenues, their expenses, everything that might pertain to how a soccer complex or a sports complex might operate, who owns it, who manages it, et cetera. Now, if you look at the column that says profitable, there's 2 asterisks up there on the first and the third item. And the reason that they are asterisked is that you'll notice that on Reach 11, they have revenues of $120,000, expenses of $1 million. Their revenue does not include their tournaments that they run. And they run tournaments probably 20, 25 times a year. If we included their revenues from their tournaments, they would be hugely profitable. The same thing with the Manchester Meadows. The reason that the Maryland Soccer Complex is not profitable is because they had a lease arrangement with a club that fell through, and so their revenues did not match their expenses. But in every other aspect, they have been fairly robust operations. If you look at the economic impact, these were obtained by public records that the parks themselves or the cities themselves have published. And in each case, the economic impact is very, very significant in terms of how it brings people to the location and how they spend their money and what residual impact it has on local businesses. And at the very bottom, you'll notice that we used an attendance number, which is pretty low, 525,000. Our revenues exceed our expenses, and the economic impact is approximately $18.4 million. Could we go to the next slide, please? Back up to project viability. Thank you. So this basically gives the overview in terms of what kind of due diligence we did to really focus in on how we wanted the park to be structured and the organization to run. We have been in contact with each of those parks, and we have discussed it with their management, et cetera, to make sure that our numbers are valid. And let's go to the impact fee proposal, because that's really where the rubber meets the road here. Matt sent along with his presentation the email that had been sent relative to the impact fees that were being proposed. Initially, the impact fee proposal was a little over $1 million, which really was kind of a non-starter for us. The city has revised that to about $709,000. However, the initial payment of $209,000 would be done when we start the project. Because of the water connections and things like that. And then each year after that, there'd be another $125,000 due unless we could demonstrate that we mitigated that cost by virtue of the economic impact. So if the economic impact exceeded the impact fee that was due, then it would be deemed to be satisfied. And we felt that that was a pretty decent proposal.
Can we, sorry, I just
Sure.
need to slow down just a bit. So why was it originally revised on the impact fee analysis? I wasn't a part of council then, so I'm just wondering if that's something you and staff worked out. I'm just curious.
Well,
That's a good question, Councilman Coates. Once we submitted the first initial impact fee amount of a little over $1 million, the developer had a hard time, trying to figure that out. We asked for a traffic impact study from Horrocks Engineering. They did that, and then we also asked if our Public Works Director, Mr. Shaw, myself, and Mr. Baker, that worked on the traffic impact study, could relook at this and see if there is room there to adjust this original impact fee amount. And that is the number that he came back with after looking at some different scenarios and some different
Make it quick. The staff reevaluated the impacts that were required on this site.
Correct. Yeah. And then we also shared that with the city manager, Mr. Carter.
Okay. Thank you. And so, and then now you can proceed. Sorry, I just want to be clear on
No
how we
worries.
got to that.
That's a great question.
9,000.
Appreciate it.
and by the way, please feel free to stop me anytime, because there's a lot of information that we have. We tried to consolidate for the presentation, but if there's any questions, we're more than happy to answer anything that you might have.
Well, and just so you know, I have not seen this packet at
Okay.
all. And I don't know, it wasn't in any emails that I had, but I could have missed it too. So, but it wasn't in our
I didn't get it either.
workshop packet. So,
Okay.
so we haven't had a chance to review any of these numbers, but so bear with us as we peck through this.
No worries, and my apologies on that. We were asked to propose a metric that would determine, this is the next slide, by the way, to determine how we would figure out if the impact fee would be mitigated. And we looked at a variety of different methodologies in terms of what might help. We talked about footfall, but then how do you measure, somebody that drives up to the last field in the complex, goes into or goes onto the field and then leaves? How do you measure footfall? It's very difficult to do. How do you measure cars going in or going out? That's difficult to do because there's a residential section, there's going to be a commercial section, there's going to be a self-storage facility that's going to be there. That's going to be difficult to do. So as we looked at it, we determined that the easiest thing to measure would be the number of tournaments that we have, because we can actually look at how many teams come, how many players come. We have a ratio in terms of how many parents, siblings, and things like that come. And so we can actually measure the impact of how many people are drawn into the facility by the number of tournaments that we host. And as we ran the numbers, if you'll go to the next slide, as we ran the numbers, out of 525,000 people that we are assuming are going to come, if we had 5 tournaments per year, 120 teams per tournament, which is a fairly low number, 18 players per team, 3 players on site, and then 3 additional family members. That all comes down to about 318,000 people. And as you run through the numbers to the next slide, that translates to a tax impact, not an economic impact, but a tax impact of about $178,000 per year, which then is more than the $125,000 that we would have due as part of the yearly installment. And so we have proposed to Matt and to the staff that be the metric that governs whether we have achieved the threshold of meeting the requirement of providing the economic impact that's being expected out of this project. Now, again, I've provided all the numbers to Matt and to his staff. He's got the spreadsheets, he's got the basis that we use to calculate the percentages and things like that. And all of that is very available, and we are more than willing at any point in time to sit down and go through actual the details of how we constructed the spreadsheet, how the numbers are constructed, how it flows, et cetera. Even down to the assumptions that we made, et cetera. But that's the proposal right now, is that the 709,000 be accepted as the impact fee. The upfront fee will be paid as we start the project, but then as we are able to do 5 tournaments per year, that each subsequent payment would be mitigated due to the increase in impact to the city.
And that 178,000 would be sales tax to Washington City.
Yes, I calculated the amount of purchases, which then drives the total economic impact, took the sales tax for Washington County, and then half of that stays in the city. So that's the number that I used.
So that indicates Washington County, that 178.
This is what we think would be to Washington City.
Okay. It says county.
Based on how
county.
we constructed. Okay.
Yeah,
That's what kind of.
That's probably
right above
why
it
he
says
says
Washington City, so it should say Washington City.
That's what I.
My apologies.
So you're saying because it's, that we get that 178, it comes to Washington City after you, or are you just estimating that that's how much will go there based on it? Just the only reason why I bring it up is because we have, if you're basing it on all the tax revenue from hotels and restaurants, all those go to St. George.
Well, I did not count any hotels.
Okay.
Because I understand that there are no hotels in Washington City as of yet.
That's changing, but
I understand that. I understand that. So I did not count any hotels. And then what I used was a 15-mile radius, that if they are inside a 15-mile radius, then that's not going to be any incremental increase in spending because they're probably already residents of Washington City. If they go outside a 15-mile radius, or if it is a tournament coming in, then that could be construed as incremental spending. And I did not include hotels. I just included, food, gas, sundries, that type of thing.
I think that's where my question stems, is Washington, or St. George is 3 miles west, from here. So it's even less than that. So that's why I'm asking if it's hitting St. George's market or if it's hitting our market, and we're accounting for market that's
these are all going to be assumptions, right? I mean, they're not going to be able to prove any of this out. But you're showing this is the same way you're going to, in years to come, this is the same math you're going to use to present back to us to say we hit the targets that we wanted to.
It is,
right?
and that's why I made everything available to Matt to, if the assumption needs to be challenged, then that's fine. We can challenge.
No, and I'm not trying to challenge the way you did it. I'm just asking the question. Is this going to help St. George out or more Washington? That's all I'm asking.
And I understand.
I think the answer to that is yes. I mean, it's going to help both and to define.
And I like that. I'm just wondering if there's a way to track it, and maybe there's not. I'm just curious.
Yeah. I tried very hard to find out a way that would be simply indigenous to Washington City, and I don't know that there's a way. But the other thing we did was
if you would give all the people coming to your tournament a free credit card to spend when they get here, then we could track every one of those expenditures.
No, but it's a free credit card to only charge in Washington City, right?
There you go.
A geo-fenced credit card. Yeah.
One of the other assumptions we made was that for local traffic, there would only be a certain percentage that would spend anything within Washington City. So I tried to mitigate it even further by saying, if you're 8 miles away and you live in St. George, you're not going to buy anything in Washington City. So I tried to exclude that population. Now, I don't know that there is a way to totally exclude every non-resident, but I tried to winnow it down enough so that it was a reasonable assumption that money would be spent in Washington City. So, for example, you're leaving a tournament and they just played, an hour and a half game, and they're starving. They want to go to the first place they see. They don't want to wait 12 minutes to go to, the McDonald's over on Bluff Street.
But you have the traffic studies done, correct?
We did have a traffic study done, yes.
Do we have access to that? That would be very telling to just to know where you're proposing.
I sent that on.
Where is this? I haven't even told where this property is.
Yeah,
Stuckey Farms.
Good question.
Oh yeah, you did say that. Sorry.
Now, is that property? It's totally private property now, right?
Carl Larson owns it.
It's Carl's.
We
Okay.
have negotiated the agreement.
Okay.
We have an LOI that we have signed in terms of the letter of agreement, which precedes a Rep C.
So for some of us can you give us a little more specific idea of where it is? Because I don't know. I don't know if
It's
that's
at the north end of the
forgot
airport.
that
North end of the airport, right off of
I'm
Southern
for my
Parkway.
benefit, because I've only been here about 3 months, and so I'm not privy to any of the discussion in the past. So I do.
On the other side of the ridge.
To the east of there, over the
Right.
Okay. I
So
got you.
right off, I think it's exit 7, is it? Exit 7 or exit 9?
Okay.
But it's right to the north end of the airport.
Yep.
Stookie Farms, right on Washington Fields Boulevard.
Okay, I'm with you. I appreciate it. Now, just to point out, if hotels were not used in your formula there, and we do have hotels and eating establishments or whatever that are certainly going to come to Washington, then we'll get that much more of the benefit. So kind of to your point.
I'd also add that we used 5 tournaments in this scenario. The realistic goal for us is that we'll hold many more than 5 tournaments. I can use February as a good example. Our annual tournament that we hold down here takes place in February. There's 3 tournaments that month, just soccer tournaments that month in St. George and Washington City, using both Sullivan, Little Valley, other associated fields. Last year we end up using some fields in Mesquite. This year we're 100% local. We're using high school fields. In fact, we're using the new high school. We're using a couple other high schools that are in Washington City and in the surrounding area. And we project that we'll probably, I'd say realistically, we will hold double that number of tournaments, and not just soccer tournaments, but we'll be holding, lacrosse tournaments. We'll be holding outdoor volleyball tournaments. A couple of those happen every year down here. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. So our goal is to have a much broader impact than this. We just tried to keep it very conservative in everything we put together.
What is your anticipated start date? If all goes well, what are you looking at?
Well, there's 2 things that need to fall. Number one is we need to get approval from the council for the project and for the impact fees. And the second thing is that we just simply need to complete the real estate transaction with Carl, and we've got the LOI in place. And we are holding off on the rep C until we get formal approval.
So like first quarter of 2021, how long do you anticipate that it'll take to build out?
The building of the fields themselves is going to be relatively quickly. We think that's going to be 6 to 8 months. The land is relatively flat already. Carl already has plans in terms of how he's going to put the roads in. We know where we're going to be putting the first fields in. And so it's really a question of how fast can we get the infrastructure put in, for the outdoor bathrooms. Well, they're not outdoor bathrooms, but the field located bathrooms, water fountains, things like that, and then do the construction that we want to do on the fields. The fields that we're planning to put in are very premium fields. They're very akin to what you have at Sullivan Fields. They're not just going to be, just throw down some sod and run on it. So our championship fields will be the ones that have the quick drainage, because they're, French drains on bedrock with soil and turf on top.
So, but the approval for the actual project will come through the modification of his PCD that's existing, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And the approval to us.
And the other approval you were looking for is for this approval, financial approval.
Yes.
On the impact fees from the council.
Yes.
So if I could just, so I can kind of get this understanding. So the proposal is with the funding is just simply that it's kind of a delayed payment of the impact fees. Is that,
well, it's more than just a delayed payment, because if they can meet the criteria that they're establishing here, you're going to write that off to them. You're going to say, we're taking that in a couple of forms. One is in utilization. Are we still on with utilization from residents? There was a component to that early on.
Well, 10% would be given to the city to use for rec programs or whatever it is.
Right. So there's that one component. The other component is going to come back to you in sales tax, which you're not going to know exactly. You're going to have to put your thumb in the air and kind of guess.
Okay. That's what I needed to understand. So
I think,
and again, in my mind, as I think through this, I'm thinking, I'm interested to see the traffic study. So I'd like to make sure that gets out to the council, because these are going to come in forms of tournaments where traffic will likely be an issue. If we don't, we'll need to make sure the roads are flowing correctly. We'll need to, view this. We have some, not necessarily in this area, but in other areas of the valley here, we have issues of traffic at certain times of the year. And this will this will be good business. We also, I don't know, I keep thinking about this in terms of we need to increase business opportunities within the area here. We have a lot of healthcare, government, and building here. And so I'm looking at this. Maybe this isn't going to create a whole bunch of jobs, but is this going to be attractive to other businesses who are going to want to relocate here? We not only need to create housing for future generations in the area here, but we need to create some jobs for them too. We're behind the curve there.
I think it'll definitely help the tourism, and even maybe another component than the traffic study is what you've already done. You have a very good idea of what the attendance is at your tournaments and what, where people are staying. There's a matrix, and, we have a build out of a kind of a commercial area near there that will benefit from this. And I think that far more people in the future will be able to use Washington City amenities as they're built, because in the Washington Fields, there's limited right now, but there's some planned coming. And so in essence, what you're doing is you're asking for impact fee consideration in lieu of revenue that would be brought to the city and to the area because of your tournaments.
So,
That's
and
right.
can I
Yes.
just jump on your comment there as well? The tourism portion of this is easy. The portion that is more difficult is this going to be attractive to other business who would want to locate, not just tourism, because we've got that here, and we'll be adding to that with this component. But will we be attracting other businesses, other business people, but also there is the potential for us to be, because of crowdedness and busyness of roads at certain times, to make people shy away from the area. So I kind of want to balance all of that out, but my hope is that this would be attractive to other businesses beyond tourism.
Yeah, there's two other components within Stuckey Farms that might help a little bit. He does have some of his villages that are dedicated to commercial, which would be obviously a first stop for a lot of people. I think he's already putting in a gas station / convenience store right on that corner. And the second thing is that the part of what Carl is building and what's going on right north of Washington, of Stuckey Farms, so there's a lot of rental properties that are geared towards team type environments. Common areas, 10 bedrooms, that type of thing, that is perfect for tournament bound teams to stay in Washington City. Even though there's no hotels, there's going to be a lot of rental properties that are built specifically to cater to this type of environment. And that has not been included in this analysis.
And another just a quick comment is you're going to be exposing a lot of people to Southern Utah. And they're going to be sitting there watching a great soccer game and being able to look around and see what a beautiful area we live in. So if there is investors, that's a great way to get the word out and to see what we have to offer here also.
Yeah. So if you'll go to the final slide, in terms of benefits to Washington City, there we go. Whoops. Access to a world-class facility for your rec programs. A robust school sports program that happens at no cost to the district, to the city, to the county, to the parents, to anybody. And we believe an overall increase in business sales and sales tax revenue. And then for us, having control over facilities to help us realize the business objectives that we have. Because we've got some fairly ambitious plans in terms of what we want to bring to bear in this facility. The ability to host these major tournaments, and not just soccer tournaments. I mean, having 55 acres allows you to do a lot of different things. Love it. And then the ability to increase the training level of players and coaches, and really make this a center of excellence for world-class facilities, world-class capabilities, and a destination of sorts. So that's the proposal that we're putting on the table that we would like you to consider. Again, let me reiterate that all the details have been provided to Matt in terms of the spreadsheets, the economic analysis, the basis for the economic analysis, the traffic studies, etc. have all been given to Matt, and we are more than willing to have any discussion on assumptions, calculations, whatever might raise whatever questions you might have. We're more than happy to answer those and make sure that they're fully understood.
Just one final question. You mentioned the 10% city time that you know, somehow, have you got a kind of an outline of how that might be regulated, if you will? That I assume you probably considered how that would.
We will have an on-site manager that will be responsible for scheduling the facility. We have not done anything relative to saying you can only have, you know, this snippet within these periods of time. It's going to be based upon, you know, the overall usage. Now, on a day-to-day basis, we anticipate that the facility will probably be 40 to 50% occupied with local teams and things like that. So that leaves half the facility open. During tournaments, that will change. But we can work with the city in terms of when the tournaments are and work scheduling and things like that in terms of making sure that you get good times available to meet that commitment that is sufficient for your purposes, for the kids' purposes, and corresponds with the things that we need to do from an economic standpoint.
And to add to that, one of the things in conversations I've had with the other organizations that are down here, SUSA, with UISA, with the league that they run down here, with some of the other clubs, is we could always even entertain the idea of taking a field and branding that with your logo on it and calling that the Washington City Field, right? And it's kind of like a sponsorship shows that's your field, and that's where most of your activities take place, and you have premium access to that compared to like everywhere on there. And that's kind of what we've done with the others. UISA has already expressed an interest. They run a league down here, which I think you're probably aware of. Those games are scattered. They're looking to consolidate those to a single location. So part of the proposal we have in front of them basically gives them that to run both their spring and fall league at our facility when it's built. And they would have every game located there. So that whole thing would move to Washington City. UISA, Utah Youth Soccer Association. That's part of the conversation we've had with them. Now that's just a proposal at this point in time, but they've reviewed that. They've expressed that's what they would like to have.
And haven't you had some involvement with that organization over the years?
Previously, before I came to work in this organization, I've been involved in soccer for 25 years, started in California and then here. If you name a job in soccer, I've done it. That's the honest truth. Everything from playing to reffing to assigning refs. I have founded two clubs. I sit on the board of Utah Youth Soccer Association. I'm currently on U.S. Youth Soccer Board. I do their bylaws and revisions, part of that committee that reviews every bylaw that comes through, and we make recommendations around those and rewrite them. And then I was the league commissioner for Utah Youth Soccer Association and ran the entire league for a little over 3 years prior to changing jobs and doing what I do now. So yeah, I was involved.
And I don't play soccer.
Do we know when we're looking at having this come before the council as far as a decision? Maybe Matt can weigh in on that.
Councilman, it's really, after I can get the information to you, i.e. the traffic study and any other information that you might want to see or review, then we can schedule, that next meeting once council members have gone through the material that Mr. Hubbard has talked about and feel, somewhat comfortable with pressing forward.
Do you have a time frame?
I'm sure with them, the sooner the better. So I would not be surprised if we're back on an agenda in January, second meeting in January. Again, it really all depends on information that you need that I can get into your hands and give you some time to digest it.
We'd love to have fields available to play on in the fall.
Yeah. So then, so that would come first, and then the next would be the PCD, I guess.
Yes. Again, as we've discussed this project and where it's at and the opportunities that are before us, as I've also brushed this project through with City Manager Red, we did talk about, okay, let's just go worst case scenario. What's worst case scenario? No offense, gentlemen, but worst case scenario, this does not happen. We clear out or grade out the fields and build homes. So in essence of risks, future risk, fees, I think with what we've got in front of us, we've got a pretty strong project to do something that's a little different here in Washington City that will bring, like Councilman Ivy mentioned, some attention to our area.
Yeah, we've assessed the risk on this, and we've done a couple of things to mitigate the risk. Really, the biggest risk is that we don't hit our projections, and we know what the impact of that is. We know what the consequence is, and we feel like this is still very, very much worth moving forward on, both from an economic standpoint and from an objective standpoint in terms of the things that we're trying to accomplish with youth sports here in Utah.
So maybe can I make a list of some things that we probably need to get out to the council before we could move, not necessarily move forward, but to speed up the council thinking about this, because we're not going to have a meeting very soon. So sending out the PowerPoint, because I don't think we have that. Sending out the traffic study. I'd like to see the. Can we get this overlaid within the PCD? Do we have that information? Do we have all that? I've seen images, but as far as exactly where it lays out within inside the.
If you go to this slide that's titled Proposal. One more. Okay. So you see the Red Slopes logo? To the right of that is Washington Parkway or Southern Parkway. If you see the 6 fields that are this side of the lake, to the south of that is the runway for the airport.
Is there possibly a better image than that we've got?
Hang on.
I mean, it's fine. I don't want you to bring it up now. I just
have one on my computer.
Yeah, if you can just get it to us.
Sure.
So just a short list of items here, things that we've brought up. Is there anything else, Council, that I'm missing that you need to see?
The economic impact analysis.
Well, I think a lot of that's in here, right? And
it's the overview. But if you want the details,
yes, please.
Matt does have the details.
Yep.
Got it.
The only other question I have is for Jared when we're not on the podium, but I want him to explain to me the purpose of offsides because I can't figure that out. I'm a baseball, basketball, football guy, and I don't get it. But
offsides are when you want to scream at the ref for some reason but don't know why.
That's it. Okay. I'll need 3.5.
Basic understanding of that and how it's supposed to be called.
Yeah.
We're thinking you may be qualified to explain the rule.
But one other thing, can you go into some detail how you're dealing with the water usage? Where you're getting it from, how you're handling it for watering the fields?
Oh, water.
Sorry?
The water.
The water rights.
Okay.
You don't need to go into it now. Just put it in the packet of what you plan on, how you're dealing with your water for the fields.
Okay. Yeah, we've got an agreement with Carl on how we're going to do that.
Okay.
And I don't know if you guys want a copy of the LOI. I don't know if you care about that, but
we'll read what you send us.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll give you a summary of how the water will be taken care of.
Great.
And the short and sweet, culinary water will come from the city. Secondary water comes from Carl. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen. Let's hear from our city manager, Jeremy. Discussion on funding of the donation of the Dove Center. I think I'm going to take off item 7. We'll put that on another day due to time constraints.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I'll try to go quickly. I think everybody's aware, we talked a little bit with Chief Evans about the CARES Act funding, and last meeting, we had some discussion on ways to help the community and possibly the residents as well with the CARES Act funding. One of the issues that we ran into was an issue of time. That funding does have to be spent by the end of December. And we also ran into the issue of making sure that it was consistent with what we can spend CARES Act money on. So what we have here in this briefing document that I hope all of you read is a potential request for the Dove Center, $20,000 from general fund, which in essence would be some of the money that we are saving through the, we are using public safety money from the CARES Act fund, which might alleviate some of that need in the general fund. So $20,000 to the Dove Center, and also an allocation of $10,000 from the general fund to be earmarked for utilities through our city treasurer, Carrie Wheelwright, has a system for helping with resident utility bills. So really, we're not looking for any sort of decision tonight, but if you want to move forward, in order for us to make that donation, we would have to schedule a public hearing, which would be at our first meeting in January. So I guess I'm just looking if there are any questions, and then would you like to move forward with scheduling the public hearing to discuss the donation to the Dove Center?
Thank you, Jeremy. Were you finished, Jeremy?
I'm finished. Go ahead.
Good, thank you. Just a brief background on these two items, Council. We've talked about these in previous meetings. Influx of COVID monies for the into the account that we previously talked about kind of makes this a win-win. As far as the Dove Center goes, we're all familiar with what they do. They had reached out, and one of the kind of the darker sides of COVID is the greater need for the Dove Center services that they've experienced. If you read the briefing document that they sent, you'll see that they're really being taxed, and there's people that need their help, and it's something that we've always been willing to help with in the past. And you know about what they're about, what they do, and how vital they are to us. And not only that, but they are actually right here in our city. And then the other consideration that we had talked about previously was for helping with utilities. Now, we really wanted to clarify that these are actual hardship cases. They're not people that have habitual shutoffs or chronic account shutoffs, or they just skip town or miscellaneous other reasons. But these are people that just have a hard time paying their utility bills, or their Washington City utility bill, and have not had a history of not paying. But and the biggest problem is with these, which makes it really even more difficult to drill down on, is the fact that a lot of these folks won't come forward and they won't make it known. And one thing in the program would allow that this might be administered by Carrie Wheelwright. That's great in everything he does, and his very capable staff can identify those going forward and being able to administer that. I do not see this as an ongoing situation, but I don't know if you got the briefing document, but they're listing that on average, they have 8 accounts a month that are hardship accounts, and they estimate that those bills generally run between $1,600 and $2,000 per month. And so I figure with the amount of money being $10,000, that would be a buffer to try to get through the next several difficult months with the lingering effects of COVID, and being able to keep a little slush fund there for the availability for this very purpose going forward. And that was my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Bird, Kenneth.
Thank you. Let's move on.
My name's Vicky.
The Steel Solar Project from UANTS, Rick.
Vicky. Vicky. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try to be brief. This project is a solar project through UAMPS that we recommend that the city participate in. The project's located up by Plymouth, Utah, by the Idaho border, if you're familiar with that area. It will be very similar to the Red Mesa power purchase agreement that we entered into last year for the one that's on the Navajo reservation. The price should have been in your packets and in the briefing document. $31.45 per megawatt hour. It's over a 25-year period. And this particular one, that's a flat rate for the 25 years. The Red Mesa had an escalator in it. I guess I'll answer any questions you may have.
Where are we at price-wise with Red Mesa?
Red Mesa starts out at $23.15, but escalates 2% per year. So about 10 years into it, is where they cross over. And so this one would be a little more expensive in the first year or in the latter years. And UAMPS did an economic analysis and felt like this was the most economical. They did offer an escalating product as well. It was higher than Red Mesa where it started from, and so they felt like this was the most economical benefit to have a flat rate over that 25-year period.
And you wouldn't be investing any type of storage, electrical storage in conjunction with this. Your intention is to mitigate any need for storage with other projects as a base load.
Correct. So this project will be just we'll get 3.23% is what it works out of the output of the plant, of the facility. Of course, when it's producing, which is going to be during daylight hours.
But Rick, and that kind of leads into my thought too. That makes sense for more of our peak load. Then is that kind of where this is an intermittent source? I mean, it makes sense in our portfolio of base load and other sources.
I don't know that I'd consider it a base load. It does provide that during those afternoon hours. However, the solar tends to drop off as our peak comes up in the evenings. And that's just a function of the solar product. The main reason is it's a great price. And so basically any kilowatt hours you can get at that cheaper price, it benefits us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That stood out to me too, the price. I wasn't saying that it's base load, but that's true. It's not exactly a peak. It doesn't necessarily help with our peak load because of that ramping up toward the end of the day when the sun's going down. But like you said, we'll take this price when we can get it. Is that kind of the rationale?
Yep. And it's a power purchase agreement, so there's no investment in it, if you will. So if the plant for some reason had a major product problem, we don't have to pay for that. Of course, we don't get the output if it does have problems either, but so it doesn't have an ownership component. And so the Power Board did last week review it, and they do recommend to the council to move forward with this, which is on one of the
item 10B.
Yes,
Can
10B.
you maybe talk to me a little bit about how you sized this purchase and the rationale that went into that?
Just trying to keep it, if you look strictly at the peak months, we could have signed up for more, but during like December where we're in now, we don't need, with the other resources we have, we don't need that much. And so it's trying to balance, because this product's going to be there 12 months of the year, not just during the peak time. And so we don't want to oversubscribe on the off months.
This is purchasing at a good price, but also diversification of the portfolio.
Exactly. And so we'll have 2 solar projects. We've got 2 wind projects. We've got the Vail heat recovery, and then Nebo, our generation. So we do have a pretty diverse resource mix.
Rick, what is our allotment from the Enterprise Solar program? Do we get any of that?
No, we don't. No.
Okay.
That goes directly to the Rocky Mountain system, and I believe a lot of that goes down to LA. But don't quote me on that. No, it's not part of this project, or it's not associated with us on those projects up in that area.
Any additional questions?
What?
Thanks, Rick. We'll move on.
Thank you.
Discussion and review of fraud risk assessment mandated by the Utah State Auditor's Office. Brian Brown.
So this year, the state auditor has required us to do the fraud risk assessment for all cities. And so we put that together and I put it in your packet. And in the briefing, I gave a brief description of why they put this together. So they've been working on it since 2016. And so when we started working on this, we came up with that we were between 335. So we have a low rating. And what I'd recommend is that we keep everything focus on next year. Same, focus on the ones we did score, and then also add that item 4, have everyone sign the ethical behavior. Do that in the next year, they want to be in a very low rating. So, and then the second one just.
What's happening in the city tonight, Brad, Colby, Kenny, one of you.
So, and then the second page, so the first page is just our
Anything?
scoring, and you can see how we were scored. And the next page just kind of goes over some of the basic separation and duties. And that's what the state really is focused on, separation duties, and make sure that they want to have some kind of measure to let the council know what your risk is for fraud. And so that's why we are presenting this to you tonight. Do you have a question?
Brian, yeah, it seems like the council, and I remember doing this, did that training on number 5.
So there's 2 different ones.
Is this a different training?
Well, there's 2 different ones. So there's one that's not signed. Because and that one's, if you go to, there's another one that's signed and it is marked. Because I did go back.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm looking at okay.
So there's 2 different forms. There's one with a briefing and one without. It's the briefing, the one that's the correct one. Because that's originally
Below the briefing. Okay. And that's when we get up to 335 because we do get number 5 in there. Okay, so we did do that. I see that now. It's just you got to scroll down.
Earlier, Jeff pulled that up and I was looking at it. I'm like, something's wrong. And he pulled it and I'm like, same thing. I thought that. And then I realized that was marked. And then I went back and he pulled up the other one.
Oh, perfect.
So yeah, you guys did do that. And I did revise that because I found that you'd all signed and did that. And so
No, I think that was more than just council on that, right?
I believe so. I think it was management and council.
Can you talk about, oh, sorry.
No, I just said it was good training. I actually found it very helpful.
2 items in there. Item 3 and item 9 are under the mitigating circumstances. Can you just talk about what's in place for those 2 items?
So mitigating means that what it is their systems or protocols in place that are as effective as the internal controls. So we don't have a true internal control there, but we've mitigated it. We went and looked at it and said this is sufficient to.
And I hate to put you on the spot, but I was wondering if you could kind of identify more specifically what mitigating controls are in place for those 2.
So with the credit card, we do a credit card review. And we're on the process. Every credit card that is turned in, we have someone review every credit card receipt, make sure the expense is there, that we have a receipt, that it's appropriate receipt. There's some other things we check for. We do check for shipping. There's a few other items. One other thing is now I will start reviewing those as well. So I have someone go check for the receipts, and then I'll go through and do a final review of them all on that one. And then also with the credit cards, we do a quarterly review audit. We actually pick at random and do a more in-depth audit on all the credit cards. And so we're making sure that.
Is that a full review or is that a percentage of each?
It's a full review. We review every receipt. We make sure there wasn't sales tax. I mean, we have a list of, it's a full audit on it. And so we're looking at those. And we try to do everybody's card throughout the year. So
Brian, do we need an audit committee?
That's one thing they suggest. We can look at it if you guys feel that's necessary. If it is,
well, that's going to be your recommendation. That that's what probably maybe in the future you might look into that and see what your recommendation is. And
I can look at that. I haven't really done much or thought about it, but that's one thing I can do is go and look at that.
And then the mitigating circumstances for the cash collection. We touch on that. It's item number 3.
Yeah. So what that's dealing with is in utilities, we have the front clerks. They're the only ones that can receive it, and then the back clerks are like Carrie Bishop, and all they do is she can do adjustments, but she can't receive. And if they do, then we have to go and review those. And that's when I need to double check and look at is actually the process of what they do. Now that, because from what I understand, the front only collects it, and then all the adjustments are done by Carrie Bishop in the back.
So there's separation of duties. And
You're close to having a full separation.
Yeah, it's
So
close.
if there is an overlap, then you have a component where there's an audit for those transactions.
The only challenges in the past, it's people are, I think Carrie Bishop may have been able to take receipts, and I don't know how they handled that, so I need to just verify.
And like,
I appreciate that.
And like Councilman's saying, it's probably just a little bit in terms of our size. I mean, they run quite lean over there, and so we don't have very many employees. So sometimes they have to cross over a little bit until we grow, and then we can separate a little more.
And that's when I'll look at and find out, and we can also look at and see what else we can do to actually put some more internal controls in, if there is something we can do.
And we are on the same external auditing company. Well, excuse me, let me rephrase it. How long have we been on the same external auditing company? So I know this audit wasn't done externally, but we have an external auditing
for our annual audit.
Yes.
So that was on a 5-year contract with Hinton Burdick.
Okay. And where are we at with that? Do you
think this was the last year, or it's year to year? Or
I think and we wouldn't sign back up with them, right? I think they recommend to diversify that a little bit and make sure you're not using the same company over and over for too many years in a row. I think 5 is fine. But
it depends. Some people use their same auditor.
So I just think you just get into a circumstance where you get familiarity and you're kind of always focusing on the same things. You switch to somebody else, then you get a new set of eyes and a new look.
So I just went through some of that with the solid waste, and they use the same firm, but they actually switch out who's over the account. So you don't have those things. So the firm, I'm not saying that's how we need to go. I'm just saying that's what that is. They actually use Hinton and Burdick as well. And every so many years, they switch out who's over the account.
Well, we have different auditors every year.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that's one way they do it to break it up. I just know that. But
and I'm not sure how many really well-qualified firms there are aside from Hinton Burdick. Hinton Burdick's big enough to have a rotation of auditors that travel and do their thing. But I also appreciate the fact that they have a familiarity with our city, with our systems, and with our staff. And I don't necessarily see that that's something that needs to be looked at changing, or that is by practice changed every few years.
I think it was specifically one of the things the state recommends is changing that. And I think 5 years was the recommendation that they had. And I think there's some good reason to that, in that, familiarity, we're trying to overcome familiarity. We're trying to make sure that people are kind of always on their toes and not always looking at the same things, because I don't know. Had a recent exposure to a couple of different events, and it made me recognize that you just can't. There's a lot of issues, and we need to make sure we're doing everything we can. I'm not saying there's issues here, but we can help our employees avoid those kind of things as well, by just having good processes. I like this process. I'm grateful to have it come before the council.
I know we had a 5-year contract. I think this year they went year to year, and I can't remember if it's 5 years into this year or we're on a year to year. And I know 5 years ago we put it out to bid, so we can put it out to bid again and look at that and see what we get back on for different companies.
Will you just next time show us can you look into what the state code recommends as well, like Councilman Ward was saying, and then
Not sure if it was in the code, but it was in their training.
Whatever, just look into it for us so that we understand what their recommendation is.
Yeah, I can look at that.
And Brian, I look forward to seeing what your recommendations are on these things, because it really falls to you, and what you recommend is probably going to really impact what my thoughts are on it. So,
all right.
At some point in this conversation, I wanted to say Finance Manager Brian Brown. So I'd like to say thank you, Finance Manager Brian Brown.
Do you have any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. We're going to table item 7 for another day. I'll move, entertain a motion to adjourn. You can take a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll start up the council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, see you in 5 minutes.
oh, you're good, bud. You come this way.
Where is 5A? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think I did know that. Thank you, though. I'll make a mention. Hey, you rock. You guys look good. Well, You ready to get started?
We'll see if we can round them up, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have much of a council back in the room yet, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
The most obedient ones.
We're getting here.
Amen to that.
Oh, this was my shoot. I meant to pick all this up.
Oh, heck.
All right, welcome to our city council meeting, December 9th, 2020. This is again a public electronic meeting hosted at the Washington City office. The meeting is also broadcast via YouTube. Should you care to join us, and we would appreciate it, at washingtoncity.org/meetings. I've asked Councilman Roger Bundy if he will offer the invocation, and Councilman Craig Coast if he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we bow before thee this evening and express our gratitude for the opportunity to be here in this meeting, in this setting, and for the freedoms that we have in this great land of America, and particularly for this area of the country in which we live, and for the bounties that we realize here. We ask for thy guidance and direction as we have discussion this evening on the many things that are before us, that we might be mindful of the benefit to the citizens and that which would be best overall for the community. We are grateful for the those who serve in the community in the various ways that we see and that we're familiar with. We're grateful for the staff that we have and all the things that they do to keep our city moving and running as needed. We again are thankful for this land in which we live and for the great bounty that it is. And we pray that that would be with us and give us inspiration in those things that we discussed tonight. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
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 Please rise and repeat after me.
Does Victoria
Hold on, Dan.
husband?
Hold on, Dan.
Oh,
Aye.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda. We do need to take off item 5A.
Mayor, I just have one other just minor correction.
Sure.
In the packet 14A, one-time funding. On the agenda, that item is 13A.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, are we going to hear item 5A another night? That's the presentation on our audited financial statements.
I'm assuming we would. City manager? Do we have it? Would we put that on the next agenda?
Yes.
Ryan's
First
nodding
one
his head,
in
yes.
January. We were just waiting on some documents still.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Staley, thank you.
Mayor, I'll make that motion that we approve the agenda for the December 9th, 2020 city council meeting.
Removing 5A.
Oh, sorry, with removing item 5A.
Thank you.
Is there a
Thank you.
Okay, so we're good.
Councilman Bundy, I second the motion.
Hey, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any announcements? Okay, any declaration of abstentions and conflicts?
Mayor, I have a potential on item 6A. I don't have any financial interest and don't make decisions relative to that item, but I do work for the applicant and indirectly, second step down.
Thank you, Councilman Bundy, so noted. Any
Mayor,
others?
I
Yes.
just want to declare on, let me look at the item here. Again, I have no direct financial interest, but I own property within about a quarter to a half mile of item. Let me look for it here. Item 11C. So I just wanted to, I want to declare that.
All right, thank you, Councilman Staley.
Are you abstaining from that item or just?
You know, we had training on that at the Planning Commission, and and correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, the training was if you do not have a direct financial interest in it, you do not have to abstain. You're okay just to declare. Is that consistent with what I heard you say the other night?
Council Staley summarizing that great. That's also how we've always done it here. Been pretty consistent. If you're not planning to participate because you feel like that interest is either too much or other reasons, maybe just because there might be something going on that makes it look like you're going to invest in something you might want to, but what it does is it clears up the community, any issues they may have thinking there's this appearance of inappropriateness. So, but that's, you're pretty much.
But that's not actually what the code says. The code doesn't even if you have a financial vested interest, you don't, according to the code, you don't have to abstain from voting. You just have to declare.
Correct. And I think that's, sorry if I didn't put the emphasis on that. I think that's what Council Staley was saying also. If you declare it and there's not a statutory conflict, which would be inappropriate, in which it's clear that you have a financial potential outcome in that thing and you declare it, then you do abstain from discussing it. If it's just because it's down the street from my house, or I sharpen pencils at their building on Saturdays, it may not have an impact, but as long as people know, the public doesn't think, oh, I get it, another Staley subdivision, it must be his. So I think that's what it does. It clears it for the public.
Well, you give me too much credit. I've never done a subdivision, but I do. But I do own vacant, undeveloped land in the vicinity, which I'm declaring tonight.
I looked down at the agenda when he said, I don't remember a subdivision. Was there three of them that said Staley on it? Maybe.
Mayor, this is Councilman. I
Yes.
do have one other minor clarification on the agenda on special event EI. That will be the Washington area chamber with that.
Okay.
And not the St. George area.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Approval of the minutes. Consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 11/12/20 and 11/18/20. The board audit report, consideration to approve the board audit report for November. And then let me get on to move on to consideration to approve the renewal of the following off-premise license: Albertson's First Stop, Hart's Gas and Food, Maverick, Posada Petroleum LLC, The Service Station, Terrible Hertz, Inc., Walmart. Consideration to approve the renewal of the following on-premise licenses: Blackberry Diner, Coral Canyon Grill, Don Pedro's, Coral Cafe, Perks, Espresso and Smoothies, Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, Royal Thai Cuisine, Sienna Hills Restaurant Operations, LLC, St. Helens Restaurant and Sports Bar, Inc. And then item 3, consideration to approve the renewal of the following on-premise recreational licenses: Coral Canyon Golf Course, Green Spring Golf Course. Item 4, consideration to approve the renewal of the following bar license: Coral Cafe and Entertainment. Any questions on any of those items?
Could I ask 3 there, the on-premise recreational license? Is that I assume that's different than the liquor license? Does anybody know the answer to that?
It's a liquor.
Perhaps Denise?
It doesn't say that, but I assume that's what it is. Right? Okay.
Council, it's for the golf courses,
Okay.
for their
Recreational
beer
facilities.
carts.
Okay. They have slightly different rules.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no discussion on the minutes,
Hold on. Well,
I'm sorry.
we didn't get through all the items though on the consent agenda because there's still the final plat and the
Oh,
special.
I'm sorry. I'm scrolling through here. Sorry. Thank you,
Yeah, you're right.
Coach. And item 4, the final plat, consideration to approve the final plat for Shooting Star Phase 3 located at 1750 South Black Brush Drive. Applicant Western States Ventures SG LLC. Thank you, Councilman Coates.
And one more, the special event.
Does that go on the consent agenda?
It's on the consent agenda, but does there need to be discussion on that one?
I'd like to have a little discussion on that one. Mayor, if you could, that's item 4E, and maybe the applicant could give us a little bit of a summary of what they'd like to do.
Sure. Let me thank you, Councilman Stater. Let me do the consideration and then have him visit with us on it. Consideration to approve a special event for a Christmas celebration to be held December 14th at Veterans Park. Applicant Washington Area Chamber of Commerce. Ed, maybe you could come up and enlighten us. How's that?
Good evening, gentlemen. We, after the Christmas in Dixie was canceled due to COVID, the Youth Council, Carmen Snow, Sherry Staley, and a couple of other local business folks came to us and asked if the chamber would be interested in sponsoring Hometown Christmas. Basically the same premise: donuts and hot chocolate, live music from the Crimson Cliffs High School band and choir, Eric Dodge, and Santa behind probably some sort of plexiglass up there in the gazebo. It would be December 14th, 5:30 to 8. We have met and gotten some sponsorships for the hot chocolate and the donuts. We've got the bands and the music all set up, contingent on the approval of having that on the 14th.
Who made the decision on the Christmas in Dixie? That was you, Mayor, right?
Yeah, it was. Yes, sir.
Can you maybe talk to me about the what considerations you took into play in order to make that determination?
I made that determination based on what was recommended through our governor and the recommendations of our Southwest Health Director, Dr. Blodgett. And so we made that determination at that point so that we could avoid large gatherings.
Was there anything, was there specific activities about the Christmas in Dixie that were of a concern, or was it just the large gathering?
It was more, Councilman, it was more the large gathering. So I made that decision. Probably should have talked to all of you, but we made it.
I'm not necessarily, that's not my point here. He's mentioning that they're doing this in lieu of the Christmas in Dixie, and there was some thought and consideration put into that. I just wanted to be caught up to what played into that decision.
Yeah, that was the premise that played into that, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor.
So Ed, this is Councilman Ivy.
Yes, sir.
I just noticed in your application, some of the mitigation that you've planned, or some of the mitigation that you've mentioned in here is that you're going to have a visible 3x8 sign, vinyl sign, reminding people to social distance, wear their masks.
So 24 by 36 inch A-frames that you see, and
the A-frames, reminder to distance and to wear masks.
Correct.
And you'll have people on the microphone reminding people.
Absolutely. So I've never had to do it here, and I know somebody mentioned that there really hasn't been a COVID template put in play before, but because of all the events that I personally have done in the past with Street Fest, it's required. And so I felt it would be a good thing to have that presented as well. So
sorry.
Yes, sir.
To have what presented?
So the state not requires, but strongly suggests that with every event, there's a COVID template put in place. And I turned that into Denise Bullock earlier today, thinking, you know what, probably is a good thing to have that, so you can see that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's as far as COVID precautions, and making sure that hand sanitizer is available, that there's signs, and that people are required to wear the masks.
And so you'd also have, like, if there are any lines that form, you'd have markings on the ground to show people to stay 6 feet apart on any lines that may
and
form.
hand sanitizer and all that good stuff. So, yes, sir.
And you've got plenty of people to oversee that, because there's a lot of people going to be involved with the actual activities. You'll have others that are there to make sure that these protocols are being observed.
We will.
Council, this is Denise. I just wanted to let you know that his application is in your packet, and there are comments from staff on it.
City Council on?
Dad's feeling good.
You do what you have to do.
Is there some comments from staff that you want to bring forward? I don't.
Who do?
They're written.
I think it did come in late, and I don't.
Well, I hope we can get some action tomorrow.
Hey, on
I'm sure I said,
where that starts special events application checklist, that's where people sign off on it, whether it's approved or not approved, or. And then the last.
Say that again, Denise.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so on the special event application checklist, in your packet is where it has staff's recommendations, whether they've approved it or they've not approved, or if we're waiting on information. So there are a couple not approved on there.
Can you tell us what those are, Denise? You looking?
Safety inspection was not approved. Security plan needed, it's not been approved, or it's got an N in it for no. I put on here that the insurance is still needed for the event. We can't use the city insurance to cover this.
Right. And
Also,
if I can add to that. So initially we were told that we might be able to use the city insurance. It came back and found out through the city attorney that we cannot. So one of our sponsors, which is Arts Incorporated and the DeFiore Center, which just recently is moving to Washington, is sponsoring the liability insurance for that. So there will be liability insurance, not through the city.
So do we have these people online that maybe could address and talk to the reason for denial and see if there's a way to find common ground. I know I see.
Are we, sorry, you're planning on holding this event on city property, I'm assuming. That's why you're here.
At Veterans Park, correct.
Just wanted to make sure.
And I get why the mayor, turned down having the Christmas in Dixie. It literally is the same event. It would be a privately or sponsored event from outside the city. So 6s, I guess.
So Mayor and City Council, this is Barry Blake. So the chief police chief can probably address his items, but the reason that I had a concern on here is because their application shows nothing as far as what the safe distancing would be for the food line, the safe plan for distribution of food. I know when we did things when we had Washington City night, we were careful and bagged all that stuff up so people didn't have to. So anyway, there's just no plan. There's no plan in there for anything.
So that's on the COVID template, which we turned in, I think, after the fact. 6
Yeah,
foot
I got it late this afternoon.
Right.
And then, so another issue is, which I thought would be brought up in the meeting before, our workshop meeting, is any application, especially for a size this group, if you look on the very first of that application, any event that size, 200 people or more, needs to be done 30 days in advance. I mean, we need time to go through this and go through the proper channels. This is just something that's been rushed. And so that's why we made the comments we did.
It was all very last minute. They kind of came to me and asked if we'd be interested, knowing full well that this was a very last minute application. So I hear what you're saying.
But on the other side of it, I want to talk to the spirit of what you're trying to do.
Sure.
And that is, at this time of year, it's a Christmas time. I do know that there's been other events held. I know that there was an event in Cedar City that was held 2 weeks ago. There's one in Hurricane. Tuacahn has continued to have their plays from Veterans Day till now with no changes other than calling the governor and asking for permission. So again, what I would ask, what I would like to see is some buckling down and seeing if there's a way to find a way to do this safely. Now, if you're willing to follow the COVID plan, I guess we need guidance in knowing whether or not does the governor's plan allow for this event. And if it does, then the guidelines that you're following would be fine. But,
in the governor's plan, they are not mandates, they are strong recommendations, but we follow them. And and I don't know if Denise was able to make a copy of the COVID template for everyone that we turned in. When I turned it into Cole Staley a couple of days ago, he said it might be a good idea to do this COVID template that you've turned in with other events. And of course, we wanted to make sure that we had that available so that you could see. We're going to follow all those rules that are set in place because we want everybody to be safe, but we want everyone to come out and enjoy themselves if they want to come out. And again, it is in the spirit of the holidays and that sort of thing.
So Denise mentioned the safety inspection as well. I don't know, is that something that they do an inspection of the facilities, the setup there? And
it's the police chief. Chief Williams, are you on?
On that safety inspection, a summary of the event, it kind of explains underneath that what that entails. There was nothing provided with the application. Is also the security plan. There was nothing provided with the application.
So we did a map that I included with it. The Youth Council, Carmen Snow, Sherry Staley, myself, Marsha Whitney, we are the security. We are there to just make sure everybody's wearing their masks and so we haven't hired any security. We are security.
Okay, so just on that, the requirements are, again, kind of what Barry talked about was the 30-day advance notice. I can understand that this was kind of a last-minute thing, and by all means, we're all on the same page when we want to be with our loved ones and family and everything else. We're not trying to not promote what this time of year is. If you can get me something in writing to kind of give me who's going to be on that committee to oversee the security, and then kind of what your attire is going to be, so you can be identifiable as the security of that event, and then a contact information that I can provide to my on-duty staff in case there's an issue that we can address it with you guys on scene. So tomorrow's fine.
So, yeah. Why? I happen to have a child who is in the Youth City Council. I feel absolute confidence in that child's ability to plan and organize an event, but putting a security hat on that child is that concerns me.
Yeah, and not so much that they are security, but they'll be in charge of the donuts and the hot chocolate, and they'll make sure that along with Carmen, that they have everybody spaced out, and that there's no. I can't imagine there'd be any kind
This
of.
has become a political issue.
I hear you.
You have some teenage child telling an adult that you got to put your mask on, or you got to do this, or you got to do that.
Even an adult telling an adult to put their mask on is going to be tricky.
Well, and again, but I mean, that's exactly the point. I guess I don't know. We had a city sponsored event that was canceled, and it's made it harder because now we're shortened on time, and now we're shortened on planning. And even though it's an event that it probably needed more time, more planning, more effort. And we're trying to really compress that. I guess I'm getting more nervous the more I'm reviewing this.
Well, Councilman, I can assure you that I was in the initial meeting when the youth council and Carmen or Mrs. Snow was discussing this, and the youth would never be used for any type of security. Their role would be.
But that's not what was literally just stated a minute ago.
Well, I'm going to clarify it, and I would oversee and make sure that was the case there.
But you understand, I'm not really. I mean, that's just one element of this. I'm guessing that we don't really have any security set forth there, so we're just saying that the people everybody who's involved is part of it.
Right.
And I grief. My wife volunteered at the Ironman, and she ended up being security at the food tent, and it was a terrible thing. I mean, you had people lifting the back end of the stuff, hauling things away, and nobody was trained for that kind of stuff. It was unpleasant.
I hear you.
And there wasn't any COVID going on at that
right.
I'd be interested in hearing what the mayor has to say, because he, maybe things have changed. He's more in touch with the guidelines, and what I'd like to know what his recommendation is.
While he's trying to turn on his computer sound there, we just want the community to have an event. I get it. This was kind of canceled last minute, and we as the chamber were brought into it last minute. I live here in town. I'd love to see an event happen. Was this all put together in 4 days? Yeah, this was all thrown together literally in less than a week. And so we're trying to figure out how to make this happen. If you have suggestions that would help us to make this happen, we're all ears.
Well, I guess that's part of what I'm thinking. Every event, now there's been some cited here today that I'm not aware of, but I can't imagine anybody who is not doing modifications of events.
Oh, it's Street Fest. I mean, I had 5 months of Street Fest canceled.
So I'm concerned that this looks like basically the same event without I mean, with some signs and some.
And it is
social distancing. We have the benefit of being outside.
Right.
But I hate talking. I hate this person.
I hear you. Yeah, to me, it seems like, we've had to cancel a lot of things because of this COVID, whether you agree with it or whether you don't. I personally think we shouldn't have canceled everything in the world, but if we're going to stay consistent, then this seems like, as stated, it's just another event that kind of takes place of one that we've already canceled.
So we'll do the Covington Mansion. We're doing tours of the Covington Mansion. Is that
nothing that night at the Covington that we are doing? It's strictly in Veterans Park.
Hot chocolate,
donuts, music.
Fireworks, rock band.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just tell me though, seriously, what,
It,
what are we?
Crimson Cliffs High School has offered to bring their choir and their orchestra out to perform a half hour at a time. Eric Dodge is coming to perform for half an hour. And the Shannon Birch vocal studio, their kids are going to come out and do some Christmas music, all between 5:30 and 8 in front of the tree. Santa's going to be up at the gazebo, strategically somehow handing out through a PVC pipe, shooting candy canes down to the kids so that they don't sit on Santa's lap.
Can I go on record as saying that COVID is dumb?
Yeah, duly noted. I second.
I think too,
It
Ed,
sucks. There's no other way to say it. It's the worst.
and I think yet also is that I don't want to be redundant, but at the time we didn't know that there was an ability to have them. But after other organizations like Tuacahn and other cities held their event, then we figured that if they can do it, then we should be able to find a safe way to do it also.
Well, and St. George Musical Theater is still doing their shows indoors.
Chief Williams, are you still on the line?
I am.
So two of the items that you would check off and approve as part of the special event checklist, which was turned in, is the safety inspection and the security plan. How comfortable are you with the mitigating factors, or with the mitigation of providing, a security plan for you and a safety plan? Do you feel like those could be worked through at this point, or are you still a hard deny? Or are you saying if Mr. Tracy provides that information you ask for security and provides some details on the safety plan, do you feel like that's something you could approve at this point, or are you still of the opinion that it should be denied?
No, I could approve it if we have a safety plan put in place. Sorry, not a safety plan, a security plan. So identifiable security in the event that obviously we need to make contact with somebody. We know who to go to. And all security personnel has to be 21 years or older. So no youth would be involved in any of the security.
Fair enough.
So this would be similar to other events, I assume, Chief, as far as events and a security plan? Okay.
This is the exact same application that everybody uses.
Okay.
So have you seen the COVID-19 event management plan, and does that meet your qualifications?
I haven't seen what he's provided to Denise today, no. But I'm not.
It has nothing to do with security.
I'm not completely worried about that side of it.
Chief, I was actually just, I think it's a good question, but I think the person to ask that to is maybe Barry Blake, to see if Barry has had a chance to look at that COVID-19 management template that Councilman Ward's referring to. I'd like to give Barry a chance to respond to that. And also I'm wondering if you saw that document and the event diagram, and if he might have any other feelings or any way to mitigate those concerns.
I have. I'm not an expert on the governors. I've looked at it, but it'd be Chief Evans would probably be able to dial that down more than I would. So we might want to hear from his comments. I stated my comments already, and that was before I knew that something had been turned in. I haven't seen the other documentation was turned in, I guess, later on today. That was just the application I got yesterday. I made the comments. I gave that application to Chief Williams, and he made his comments, and then we gave it to Denise. So that was based on what we had at the time. So.
And Barry, did you have the hometown Christmas, the diagram at the time? Because I know that was one of your sign-offs on this, and I see it now, but I'm wondering if you had it then. It shows kind of the layout of where everyone would be.
Yes, I had the diagram showing where they would serve food, and that's just how it was done in the past. The only problem is they showed no plan for the distancing, the spacing, we'd be the protocol for whatever stations, and to have the extra masks and security, all those things. That was not in the application that we had. So I was not aware that was turned in today. So.
Would there be anything that they could do at this point for you to reconsider, your recommendation on this, as far as specifically the event site, which I think is what you sign off on?
Yeah, I'd have to look at what they turned in. I haven't seen that.
It's in the packet, Barry. I'd like to remind council that I will need to have the liability insurance, the $2 million liability insurance Monday at the latest, if you're going to do this on Tuesday, and to show city as the certificate holder. And
Well, it would be this week, probably tomorrow through Levitt Insurance is who it does it, because it would be Monday.
oh, the event's Monday.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Tuesday. I'm sorry.
You can come Tuesday if you want. There won't be anybody there.
Mayor, did you have any thoughts? If not, I might be ready to make a motion.
No, I don't. I just this is a comment. Hold on. I need to talk to a doc. Hold on. Go ahead, go ahead. It's just a comment. Go ahead and make a motion.
Yeah, I'll motion that we approve the consent agenda with the stipulations that item 4IE be approved contingent upon a security plan satisfactory to Chief Williams, a safe distancing food plan and diagram for the event at Veterans, and that a satisfactory insurance certificate of insurance is provided by Friday.
Councilman Bundy, I second the motion.
Have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Start with Councilman Staley, please.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right. Thank you, Ed. Have a great time.
Thank you,
Keep us
gentlemen.
safe.
I'll get working on that stuff for tomorrow. Thank you.
So we're back to the consent agenda, right?
Right.
Was that? Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah,
I
he
thought
voted. Yeah,
just
you
approving that
voted on the
particular item,
consent
but-
agenda.
Okay.
All right. We'll move on to item 5, finance presentation of the audited financial statements
That's
for fiscal year.
That's been.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilman Ivy. Preliminary plat. Continuation of the consideration to approve the preliminary plat for the consideration to approve the preliminary plat for Desert Flower Phase 2A located approximately Bonnie Lane and Bella Vista Drive. Applicant Stephen Hallcroft.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make this quick on this one. The applicant sent in an email to us this morning, and they are asking that this be tabled until your January 13th, 2021 meeting, because they were not able to get the stuff that you asked for last meeting put together for this meeting. So they're asking that the council table this item till the 13th of January.
With that, I'll make a motion. We table item 6A, preliminary plat for Desert Flowers Phase 2A.
I
till the
second the
January,
motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
till the
Bundy,
January
second the motion.
13th, 2021 meeting.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll just go for an approval. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. That is tabled till January 13th. Move on to item 7. Plat amendments. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You guys? Okay. All right. All I see is Drew's plats. Consideration to approve an amendment to the final plat for Richland subdivision by subdividing existing lot 2 into 2 separate lots located at 2750 East Washington Dam Road. Applicant Michael Labrum.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, applicants wishing to amend the final plat of Richland subdivision. The reason for the amendment, as the mayor stated, is to split the current lot number 2 and create lot number 3 as you see on your exhibit. Lot number 2 will then remain a 2.55 acre parcel, with lot 3 coming in at a 1.18 acre parcel. Staff's reviewed the proposed amended final plat and finds it conforms to the RA1 zoning of the development, and the subdivision also complies with the subdivision ordinance of Washington City. Planning Commission reviewed the request last week at their December 2nd meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended final plat for the Richland subdivision, amended lot number 2, onto you, the City Council. And that's based on original findings and original conditions.
And I'll be glad to answer any questions the council might have. There are no extra conditions on this one.
Drew, shouldn't the roadway be dedicated at this time? For
It,
Washington?
it's coming. If you notice, there's an agreement, there's an amendment note on here. And it's, you can see note number 4. There's a document with Washington County Recorder's Office filed, and it's got a number, and the owner of the property has signed a deferral agreement for this dedication until that time it comes through.
Why are we deferring it? Why don't we just dedicate it now?
Mike, you want to answer that?
Yep, because we don't have the actual known right of way through that section because we got that curve of that hill, and we're working in design right now.
Okay.
So working with the owner, that's how we handled it, is we did the deferral agreement on the dedication until we get that alignment.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
With that answered, if there's no other discussion, this is fairly boilerplate. I'd make a motion to approve an amendment to the final plat for Richens subdivision by subdividing existing lot 2 into 2 separate lots located at 2750 East Washington Dam Road.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Bundy, please.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item B, consideration to approve an amendment to the final plat for Staley subdivision by amending lots 25, 26, 27, and 28 to correct property lines consistent with what is actually constructed, located at 663 South Staley Drive. Applicants George and Kathy Staley.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you said it all. Again, these 4 lots had some issues with their boundaries in relationship to existing structures, etc. So they're coming back to clean that up now. That's the new moved lines that you see there. And again, it's just to bring this into compliance with what's on the ground. Staff's reviewed the proposed amended final plat and finds it conforms to the R110 zoning. It also complies to the zoning of the subdivision ordinance of the city. Planning Commission reviewed the request at a public hearing last week on December 2nd. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended final plat for the Staley subdivision, lots 25, 26, 27, and 28 amended. Onto you, the City Council. That's based on the findings and subject to the conditions, which are the standard 5. I'll answer any question the council might have for this amended plat for the Staley subdivision.
Unless there's discussion, I move that we consider approval of the amendment to the final plat for Staley subdivision by amending lots 25, 26, 27, and 28 to correct the property lines as noted.
And Mayor, Councilman Ivy will second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilman Ivy, you start, please.
Ivy, aye.
Go to your right.
Bundy, aye.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Thank you all. That's been approved. Subdivision name change. Item 8A, consideration to change the name of the subdivision from Red Waters phases 4 through 6 to Riverbend at Sunrise Valley, phases 1 through 3, located at 800 South Country Way, applicant Mellon LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. Applicants applying for a name change on this approved plat. Again, I think it's pretty quickly stated. It was called the Red Waters Pod 2, and again, they are wishing to now turn it, because it has new ownership, to Riverbend at Sunrise Valley, phases 1, 2, and 3. The Planning Commission reviewed the request last week at their December 2nd meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the name change for the preliminary plat from Red Waters Pod 2 to Riverbend at Sunrise Valley, phases 1, 2, and 3. Onto you, the City Council, and it's based on the original findings and subject to the original conditions of the Red Waters Pod 2 plat of August 26, 2020. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this name change.
There's no questions. I'll make a motion to approve the name change from Redwaters Phase 4 through 6 to Riverbend to Sunrise Valley Phases 1 through 3, located at 800 South Country Way, with the conditions provided by staff.
Councilman Bundy, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Staley, please.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Public hearings, item 9A, a public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-19 from A20 agricultural 20 acres to R110 single-family residential 10,000 square foot lots located approximately Majestic Drive and Washington Fields Road. Applicant Dave Nasel.
Thank you, Mayor. Applicant is requesting to change the zoning of approximately 9.39 acres. The requested change, as stated, is from the Ag 20 zoning designation to the single-family residential 10,000 square foot minimum R110 zoning designation. The R110 request is for the purpose of developing the 9.39 acres into a future residential development. This particular location has a general plan land use designated as low density residential. The low density, the surrounding zoning to the parcel is R115 and RA1 to the north, A20 to the west and east, and A20 and RA1 to the south. Staff has no concerns since it meets the requirements as stated in the general plan of either R110 or R112 zoning in the low density. Planning Commission reviewed this request at their November 4th, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-19 for the zone change from Ag 20 to the proposed R110 onto you, the City Council. And that's based on the findings in your report. I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on Z-20-19.
Drew, I have a couple of questions, maybe more directed to the applicant, if now is an appropriate time for that.
Yeah, well, I guess, Steve, is the applicant online?
I am.
Okay, there you go, Councilman Staley.
Okay, so my question is, can you just talk to us a little bit about lot size and why you went with an R110 versus an R112? Just give us an idea maybe on what lot sizes to expect. Some of the surrounding lends itself a little more to R115.
Yeah, great question. So the reason for the R110, it actually ended up working out. The lots are all going to be over 12,000 feet. It was in case, just because the property size is a little odd shaped, if it worked out that all the lots could be 12,000 feet, and then there ended up one or two that were 10, 5, or 11. Wanted the flexibility to be able to do a little bit smaller. But the four masters, Howard Fourmaster and his wife and three of their kids, the children actually own the property, and they all, two of them live very close to here, and they wanted to make sure that it was harmonious with the area. So in their contract, they've actually required that the lots are 12,000 feet and that they have to approve it prior to being approved by the city. And so they will actually be larger lots.
That's great. I appreciate that. We've seen that in other areas within the city where they went with an R110 to have that flexibility. My other question for you is, have you had any conversation with the property owners to the south, just as far as maybe interconnectivity would go for any future development?
Yeah, that's another good question. So we're actually meeting with Sherry Staley tomorrow from that area. If you look at the field that's just to the south of there, we're going to look to see if we can incorporate that in, and if not, at least access for it. They anticipate a farm staying the way it is, and they need the parking and whatnot, but that little portion of the field below those two parcels, we're actually meeting tomorrow for that specific reason. So hopefully we'll be coming back in with a zone change on that small piece here in the coming weeks or months.
Dave, would you just clarify, this is Councilman Ivy, just, you answered your question beautifully that Councilman Staley asked, but just to get some numbers to it. R110, R112, you're thinking that most lots will be R112, is that what you said, or just help me?
Correct. Yeah, the majority, and I haven't seen, obviously the preliminary plat hasn't been submitted, but a couple ideas that the builder had for it. All the lots that they had drawn were over 12,000 feet. Once they work through that with staff and whatnot, there may be a lot or a couple lots that maybe end up slightly smaller, but they've done a good job of making sure that they're larger lots.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Drew, I have a question for you. When is the right time to address any canal easement for future trail? There is at this point or at a future point?
Well, it's probably good. I'm glad you brought it up now, just so they can be thinking about that. But it would be a preliminary plat, so they need to, their engineer, if he's listening. I know Dave's listening, of course, but to consider that, and it's on the canal areas where we really like, is where that comes into play. Oh, that's where we want the trail. And Barry, I know you can talk about that too if you want, but that would be this particular area here in yellow, because that is the canal easement side.
It looks like most of that is outside of the property. That's not actually on the property.
But they can throw that in. Yeah, they can throw that in at this time though to take care of that.
So, Drew, this is Dave. I'll check. So that parcel to the east of the two subject parcels is actually, it's a brother that he has his cows and horses on that, and I'll check and see if that's on the table right now to be able to do that. But he lives there and ranches has his home base there, and so I'm not sure if that's actually part of this.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying you could use it over there for this, but you have the family talk that out. Just have that question or that answer ready for preliminary plat time.
Okay, perfect.
And just so I can get, this is Barry Blake again. So just to answer that is certainly on our radar. We have talked about that. Alliance is one that's looking at easements and doing that on that canal trail. And so we have met, and that is part of that talking on doing that. So
yes.
could meet another time on that.
Are you through here, city?
Yeah, if you see where I drew the yellow, everyone, I think that trails in on that piece when the school went in, and this development north of it, they all kind of work together. I think, Mike, have you seen it physically?
It's paved.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was thinking that it was, and I'd heard it.
It doesn't go all the way through the subdivision, but it's paved up to, I think, the access. So, like kind of how you have it drawn, I think.
But it does go down to Majestic?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, your kids go to that school, don't they?
Yeah.
So that's why we kind of were thinking to keep it on there. But again, I'll have Dave get with the owner, it's family, and just see what they want to do there.
Yeah, I'll check with them.
Ready for public comments?
I think we are. The mayor might be tied up though. Would it be appropriate if we open it for public comment?
We could always go back, I suppose, but any public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to take care of a little incident. Like I said, that for not any additional questions for the applicant or Drew, if not, we'll entertain the public comments. Denise, did you have any, or Tara?
I do not have any public comments on this item.
All right, thank you. If not, then I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So made, Councilman Bundy.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Councilman Ivy will second that.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. Do a roll call vote. Start with Councilman Bundy, please.
Councilman Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye. Staley, aye.
Thank you very much. Item B, public hearing for consideration to declare certain real properties to be significant parcels and taking steps to sale/exchange such properties. Parcel number 1 contains 2.838 acres. Parcel number 2 contains 0.75 acres. Both parcels are located approximately at the west end of 3650 South. Public Works Director Mike Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is actually, we talked about this in the previous meeting about the sell this. So we're putting this up in the public hearing so we can get this piece of property advertised. I will have to make a correction on the acreage. If the council remembers, we actually approved the purchase of a little triangle piece on the property just to the north. It was 0.095 acres. That pulled that property out of the green belt. I would have had to pay $22,000 in green belt taxes, as well as the $14,000. So working with the property owner, he's willing to swap us for a sliver across the top of that to keep his property in the green belt. So we really need to reduce that acreage by 0.098 acres. And then I will bring that back to the council for approval on that parcel. This all happened just Friday.
Mike, does the COG give you a timeline on this, or just is there a timeline to get
No,
the
they
money back?
don't. But what it does is it ties up funds that can be used
Somewhere else, yeah.
for other projects. And I've got 2 other projects I'm pushing forward. And the one project we're taking to the COG on next Wednesday, there's actually not enough funds to fund my project. And there's a couple of projects going forward. That's why we need to get these parcels sold and the money back to the COG. I also have one other parcel that we actually bought quite a while back that I kind of forgot about that we're going to be bringing to the council for disposal. It's COG funded.
So Mike, just for understanding here, so the 0.098 acres is along the northerly side of the parcel 1 that will go back to the owner to the north, Burtis and Nyson parcel. Is that's what?
Burtis family.
Yeah. Okay. So that 0.098 will go to them. Okay. Make their parcel just slightly larger. Got it.
Coming. It's
Any additional questions for Mike?
Did you ordered it from room service?
Yeah, girls.
This is a public comment. Was there any, Denise, from the,
It takes a
any
little
comment
while
from the
for it to
public?
get here.
I don't even care whether
Your
they bring it or
council,
not.
there are no
Oh,
public
Not
comments.
hungry?
Oh, I'm not
Okay,
worried.
I'll entertain a motion to
Well,
close
let's
this
see.
public hearing.
I just have.
So moved.
I second the motion, Councilman Bundy.
I can't eat
Thank
anything
you.
heavy.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Staley, please.
Staley, aye.
I'm here for
Ward,
the
aye.
night.
Ivy, aye.
Coates,
All
aye.
right.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Sorry about the background noise.
Until midnight, I'll be here.
Do we need to
about
note
once
that
an
that was
hour.
Councilman Coates that made the motion?
From now till midnight.
Please make that note. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be coming in about one time an hour.
Well, I pulled up the.
Time an hour.
Yeah, and then after midnight, it'll be,
Unless I ring for you.
right,
So you can see.
right. I'll be in here more than once every 3 hours.
I'm full. I think I have a lot of liquid in my body. And usually about every 3 hours, I go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Are we ready for a motion on this resolution, or
Just the
do
mayor.
we have discussion on, are we waiting for the mayor?
Oh, was he detained there?
Sorry, you guys. We're in between nursing staffs here.
That's
Okay,
all.
item 10A, consideration to approve a resolution authorizing the sale of real property declared to be significant parcel and take steps to sell/exchange such property pursuant to Washington City Code 6-2-2. Mike Shaw.
I'll make a motion that we approve the authorization to sell real property for the significant parcel and take steps to exchange the property of the 0.8 acres. Is that correct, Mike?
All right.
Councilman Bundy, second.
I need a lot of rest.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Bundy.
Councilman Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Daily, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item B, consideration to approve resolution number 20-20-22, resolution authorizing the steel solar project transaction schedule under the master power supply agreement with Utah Association of Municipal Power Systems and related matters. Power Director Rick Hansen.
Mayor, Council, this is the same resolution we talked
All
about.
right. Okay, well, I'll be back in a little bit, okay?
Recommended by the Power Board on the 1st to move forward with participating in the project. So if you have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
If no further discussion, I motion that we approve resolution R 2020-22 authorizing the steel solar project transaction schedule under the master power supply agreement with UAMPS and related matters.
Councilman Coates will second that.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. We'll start with Councilman Staley, please.
Daily, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. You know what, gentlemen, you look pretty good, just to let you know.
No.
Item C, consideration to approve resolution number R 2020-23, a resolution acknowledging receipt and accepted of the Washington City fiscal year 2019 fraud risk assessment direction to file it with the state auditor, finance manager Brian Brown.
You raise me up a little bit.
I will.
So, as we discussed earlier about the fraud management assessment, I propose this resolution acknowledging and acceptance of the fraud risk assessment. So if anyone has any additional questions about it.
No, I'm looking forward to bringing forward the recommendations that we had talked about earlier. And unless any of the other council has a question, Brian, I think I'm ready to make a motion on it. So I will make a motion to approve resolution number R 2020-23, a resolution acknowledging receipt and acceptance of the Washington City fiscal year 2019-2020 fraud risk assessment and direction. Auditor.
Councilman Bundy, second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call again. We'll start with Councilman Coates.
Councilman Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Okay, thanks.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item D, consideration to approve a resolution appointing city manager Jeremy Redd as a representative to UAMPS. Power Director Rick Hansen.
Okay, this item's fairly straightforward with the change of city manager. We also need to change our alternate representative to UAMPS. And it makes sense to have the city manager, Jeremy Redd, take that position. He's served on the UAMPS board for several years, very familiar with the ins and outs of UAMPS, so it was a great fit for there. So if you have any questions.
Rick, it sounds pretty straightforward. If there are no questions, I'll make the motion that we approve the resolution appointing city manager Jeremy Redd as the alternate representative to UAMPS.
Councilman Bundy, second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilman Staley, start, please.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Item E, consideration to approve a resolution authorizing board members to receive compensation for service on the board of directors of the Utah Local Governments Trust. a year ago, the state auditor requested that each city, if they had a representative, which I am the representative at this point on a board, that they need to have council approval on that, and that we do get compensated, just for your information. Any questions on it?
But Mayor, the city doesn't pay that. That
The
comes.
city does not pay. It comes out of the trust fund, or not the trust fund, but out of the trust.
So really, this is just a point of, just kind of a point of order then. And
Point of order.
thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you.
For no other discussion, I see no reason to not just make a motion to approve resolution authorizing board member to receive compensation for service on the board of directors of the Utah Local Government Trust.
Councilman Bundy, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second roll call vote. We'll start Councilman Bundy.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IBI.
Ward, aye. Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your confidence in that too. Item 11, ordinance, consideration to approve an ordinance granting an amendment to zone change Z-19-07. Request to change design elevations on plan unit development PUD located approximately 600 East and Treasure Valley Road. Applicant Development Solutions.
Thank you, Mayor. The 2-week holdover is now completed on this item after your public hearing, actually 5 weeks ago. Just to remind you, the Planning Commission reviewed this item and they unanimously recommended approval of the amended building elevation change of Z-1907 with all the other items from the original approved PUD development using the multifamily residential standards onto you, the City Council. And that, of course, on the original findings and conditions. So, Councilman Coates, I did get your updated one you talked about with the alley, so I hope you're okay with that.
Yeah.
And then we'll cruise down. This is the current elevations as they are on this approval. And then here's just some black and white renderings of those. And of course, the new proposed elevation are these elevations at the contractor who is building the project would like to go to. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions over your 2-week thought period, and go ahead.
The one question I had, Drew, it's probably for Mike. Did that 4200 South easement get taken care of?
I'm sorry, I didn't pick that up.
Sorry, Mike's going to answer it, it looks like.
Okay.
On the 4200 South easement.
Yes, so that's moving ahead very quickly. So there's been a lot of developments with that. The what's their names? Hoops family are actually going to put money in, complete the curb and gutter. The road will basically be completed full width. Quality development's moving very quickly on it. I would bet we'll probably see construction start on that within a couple of months.
Okay, I see that their quality's doing the other development down to the west and the road's moving along. So we're going to have a fully improved
we've
road.
contracted with them to just complete that design through there. So they're working on design right now. And we've got the agreements with the St. George City, put a water line in, and payment to Hoops for that easement was they would do the full width of asphalt, and Hoops have come back and said they're going to do the curb and gutter. So we'll be just short a sidewalk probably on that little section of the road.
I think it's great. It's definitely needed for that area.
You busy?
So
okay, thank you on that, Mike.
I didn't know who was talking about that. So Mike, on the diagram, it shows Treasure Valley Road, which is actually 4200 South. Just for clarification, if someone's wondering at home what that is.
Well, Treasure Valley Road, they're two different roads. 4200 will come this way, Treasure Valley will tie in.
Is there any other discussion, council? If not, I feel very comfortable in making a motion to approve an ordinance granting. Granting an amendment to zone change Z-1907, request to change design elevations on planned unit development PUD located at Treasure Valley Road.
Councilman Mundy, second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please. Councilman Bundy, please.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Item B, consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request C-20-17, request from Plan Unit Development, PD, to Plan Community Development, PCD, located approximately 3000 East 1600 South, Long Valley Road. Applicant Brandon Family Holdings, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to get to a good picture of our site plan map. And maybe I flew right by it. Here we go. The 2-week holdover is now completed for this item. Also, there have been updated exhibits that the council received in their packets from the discussion last month. I hope you've had a chance to look them over. They've added that amenity map that kind of talks about, it looks like this, but just shows the amenities on there, which let me go find that. There we go. Well, let me kind of zoom down on this one because that was one of the biggest items. Okay, so again, I hope you got all the exhibits in your packet. Just to remind you, the Planning Commission reviewed the request. And the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-17 for the zone change from the PUD to the proposed PCD, Planned Community Development, onto you, the City Council, with the associated project development plan. So I'll be glad to answer any questions, or any of us that are here can, about the last actually 4.5 weeks of review on that.
Mayor, do you mind if I start with the question? Actually, I really appreciate the applicant getting back to us. Sent a lot of good information, a lot of clarification from prior meetings. I just wanted to start with one topic that I just had some questions on, and that has to do with Washington Dam Road. And either you, the applicant, or Mike, I'd be happy to hear, would be happy for you to talk to the council on that. Two specific things that are in my head about that is with the improvements to Washington Dam Road, and specifically with, is it a trail, a 10-foot asphalt trail, or is it a bike lane?
It's a 10-foot asphalt trail detached from the road behind the curb and gutter.
Perfect, perfect. That's what I was hoping for, and that it wasn't just a bike lane, because that's kind of the standard. And then the other question I had that and I apologize, I didn't get back to you. I just felt like it'd be more appropriate to ask these when we're all here together.
No problem.
The other question on this particular topic that I have is how far from, that intersection to where you go, to your project underneath Southern Parkway along Washington Dam Road, how far west does that trail go? And does that trail connect in with any other trails on the master plan?
It goes to and help me out, Mike. I always forget the name of the road that goes across the bridge. Countryway. It goes from Countryway to our project.
From Countryway?
Mm-hmm. There's no trail south of there. It's a little bit further than that. We tie into the existing curb and gutter.
But Countryway is a great road to connect down to the other trails. Mm-hmm. Does the trail you're proposing, is it on the north or the south side of Washington?
On the riverside.
The north side. Great. That is one of maybe 3 or 4 topics I had, and I'll let him come at you. So I don't want to dominate the conversation, but I appreciate that. That's what I was hoping to hear on that topic.
So the one item I had on that same topic is we'll have an updated section of Washington Dam Road in the PCD.
Those construction plans will come in and get approved. They're ready to be submitted. We're just waiting for this.
Well, I'm just saying a section. just saying a roadway section to say, hey, we will have a trail, because currently the section that's part of the PCD does not have it in it.
Well, because it's not part of our PCD. It's an off-site road. It's not interior and governed by our PCD. So it's not in the PCD documents because it's a city road outside. So there isn't a cross-section in the PCD because it's not part of it.
So I understand that, but you've included a part of your PCD that Washington Dam will be improved, right?
Yes, the
And
full
you
width.
included the construction drawings.
Yeah, and if we can provide the city that Mike's seen the cross section, we've met many times and approved it, but I didn't include it in the PCD because the PCD is a land use document for a specific piece of
I totally
property.
understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. I'm just saying, in here you have a section that shows it.
Yeah,
It's not correct. So let's get it correct is all I'm saying.
okay, that's fine. You're talking about though that preliminary. Yeah,
Whatever you're showing in here,
yeah, it didn't have the original one didn't have the trail on it because the trail wasn't part of it. Yeah.
it needs to be updated as part of this.
Okay,
When
yeah,
someone opens this in 10 years and they're like, well, it's not required, it's not in.
What happened to it? Yeah, we'll update that map. Sorry.
So I took an opportunity to look at several of these other projects that you had listed as references. And the one thing I noticed was that you kind of do follow the same design with the center area that dissects two major sections. And I just would like to know with the experience that you've gained in these other build outs, like in Sun City or Oro Valley, Estancia, and Verado, what are the refining factors that you've used in this project just to kind of identify what you've learned from the other projects? Is there anything that you'd like to?
Well, I think the main thing we learned is outdoor recreation and trails, the importance of those, and the desirability of those as an amenity, and that our amenity package needs to be tied around that type of use, outdoor active recreation, and trailheads, more, not just a trail that runs forever, but trailheads where people can stop, find some shade, maybe get a drink. And so it's an integrated part of the community. It's not just a trail that goes for 6-7 miles and there's nothing along it. That the landscaping, the other amenities like pools, splash pads, barbecue areas are integrated in and out of those trails. So it becomes an interactive outdoor recreation, not just a trail.
You know, I took the opportunity to go kind of drive through and around, and the words kept coming into myself as, at least for the time being, this is kind of a project unto itself. It's very unique when you start talking about approving this, because you usually have to really consider the surrounding initial area. And so I appreciate the council drilling down and really being specific, because and I appreciate, to be honest, I appreciate the updated pages. I got those put in and noticed some of the changes, and I appreciated the time and effort it took to drill down on those. But it's beautiful. It's a beautiful location.
Yeah, it truly is a community. It's not a subdivision. You know, it's a very large, but it's we're not reinventing the wheel here. This type of master plan community is the norm. It's not the exception. If you go across the country, it's prevalent in Florida, it's prevalent in Texas, it's prevalent in California, it's prevalent in Arizona and Nevada. This is the way that developers across the country have found a way to build a high quality standard of living on a little bit different product than what we're used to here in Washington County. This is the 10,000 square foot lot, and still provide outdoor living and really value into their home, so that people can maybe buy one home, move up a couple of times, and actually retire and have that type of community. They live within the community through their life cycle. And that's what we really want Long Valley Trails to become, is a community where young families, retirees, and everyone in between have a place and have an opportunity, and do it at a way where we can address this affordability issue that is a major issue in housing, because housing just, you know, we're back to above where we were in 2007, 2008 when we crashed. So I think we were very excited to get a single builder, the largest builder in the nation, that had the vision to really build it a united community. We had other builders, very good builders that we did, but we had 3 or 4 of them, and trying to mesh them together in their different views. We were just seeing that we may not achieve that cohesive community that we're trying to do. We're very excited about D.R. Horton. They've done these communities all over the country. They know what's needed. And you see that big blue dot. The thing I liked, the first change they made was they moved that amenity package to front and center. It's the first thing you see. Don can speak to it, but Boyd Martin, their regional president, said this is going to be the best clubhouse they've built in each other. They want this to be had a design meeting on just amenities this week, and I'm excited about what they're proposing out here. It's going to be, a lifestyle. We're building a lifestyle, not just building lots and houses.
You're speaking on lifestyle, and I really appreciate that. Tell me, where's our 4-acre minimum park that one? I mean, you show that all green, but I'm pretty sure that's not all going to be grass.
No, it's not. If you see down there, right where just moved his cursor from, that's the ideal part to put play fields and things like that. That's the widest spot. Right there. See where Drew's circling on the map.
So where does it say in the text that you'll put in those?
We say we'll have those kind of amenities. We didn't tie them down into PCD. We're committing to building all those, and then as we come through, you can hold us to our commitment.
Is it going to be in the development agreement?
It's in the PCD says we will build these things, and we will build them. It's hard to know exactly.
I'm not saying specifically. I just needed to say in the text that you guys are committed to building.
I think in chapter 2, I think we have that in there.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Councilman on this.
And if it's not, we can add. We added a whole list of amenities in chapter 2 that we're committed to build.
And is it part of the revisions that you sent?
Yes, it's in the revised chapter 2 or section 2.
The verbiage that and I think the city, the council, we trust you. We trust the builder. But what a lot of the verbiage says is which may include this, or that. And that was the same kind of thought that I had was just, I would feel more comfortable giving this kind of density, giving this kind of approval if we have some more assurances.
I think we'd be comfortable changing
maybe
shall.
Not that there's that there's a distrust at all, but it's just that like good contracts make good relationships. So that as this builds out over time, the word may doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, let's just change the word may to shall.
Can we maybe go a
detail
little
them
further?
a little more?
Maybe specify a limitation there. Like we're going to do at least X.
I think everything we've put in here that you're committed to do. That's correct. So
the thing,
and if I missed the ball fields, we can add that.
Well, and I'm just saying a grass area or whatever it is, but there's a lot of places through this whole thing that says may and shall.
Yeah, I think in the project amenities to correct that, we will change every may to a shall. What we don't know today is where the ball field's going to go.
Totally agree. I'm not asking.
We're not at that level of detail to tell you where everything's going to go. This is what we want and where we want, and the elements we want. How that all plays in will be step 2 in the detailed design.
So the way I'm sorry, I'm not as organized as some of the other council members, so my papers are just all over the place, but that's like my desk at my work too. So the way I remember the verbiage from reading it was shall build amenities in each of these purple sections that are on the amenities map, which may be this, or that. And I believe that you will build them, but I think what I'm looking at is there's a big difference between pool and pickleball courts to a barbecue area. So I'm just kind of wondering, is there a minimum, or how do we at least say, okay, now on a trust level, I get it. I know you, we know the builder's reputation, but at least for me, and it sounds like some of the other council, just wanting some assurances that it's going to be this level of amenity. And then also like our standard is typically, and I would say this for the pods, at 1/3 certificate of occupancy build out for the pods, that amenity is done at that point. But
yeah, and we've got a phasing amenities, and we're building the main community center for the entire project initially. And so we're going to be ahead of that curve of amenities and going.
Didn't we also
one thing I
discuss-
liked about DR Horton, they understand that these amenities are their greatest sales tool. People have a hard time buying promises. They buy brick and mortar, they buy the amenity. And so to them as a builder, the amenity, the greatest value of the amenity is as a sales tool to sell their homes, right? And if those amenities are just a promise, it's not that good of sales tool. And I've cautioned them. I did 2 projects in the mouth of Snow Canyon, identical projects, identical size lots, identical amenities, identical everything. One built their amenity first, front center. To date, is still the fastest selling project in the history of Washington County. The other one built its amenity in year 3 and finished building out in year 4. So 1 year versus 4 years. And that to me was just a wake-up call. If you're a developer and you're going to build amenities, build them up front, because that's the value you have in them. You're done and gone. It's the users using them. The value to you as a builder is as a sales tool.
So which is, Drew's pulled up project amenities here.
Yep.
Are there some of these that we can just go on the record tonight with you saying, yeah, we're going to have these? There's a whole bunch though to go through. Do we want to go through every? That's what I'm worried about, is what if we miss one, because there's a whole bunch of maybe and stuff through this whole thing.
I think the error I made here when I put these in there, I used the word may, and I think what Chris is saying is he'd be more comfortable with shall, and I think DR Horton's very comfortable with saying shall. So everything listed in there will be in this project. What we're not telling you is the exact location, because we don't know that yet. Yeah. We do know the community center is going in day 1, and the community center is going to have the bulk of those amenities.
Maybe just to give you a little bit of a comfort level, every time he brings in his areas he's going to build, they're going to have to do a preliminary plat, final plat. That's the time that the council can say, yes, we want this in here, this in here, this in here.
And I like that. My concern is when Jim's gone and the next guy's here developing, and all of a sudden they're like, well, it says I only may do it. Doesn't mean I have to do it. And so they don't.
But it still falls on the council. You can require it as part of that preliminary plat.
Well, I understand, but it ties our hands a little bit, because they'll say, well, this is the approved. It doesn't say I have to do it. I'm just saying it's, I'd rather just decide now and be done with it, so future councils don't have to be, well, trying to decipher. Is all I'm trying to do is just say, this is what we're going to do or not going to do, and just be clear.
If we change this to shall, I think that tells you that we're going to do this. And if you scroll down through to where we have project phasing, we tried to address the phasing so that you knew we weren't going to kick it to the end of the road. And the project phasing, amenity phasing, it was just below right where you were, Drew. Oh. It's just the next section from right there. The initial phase of development will include what we talked about. The neighborhood amenity centers will be constructed at the same time in conjunction with each phase of residential units in which they are located. In no case will amenities be bypassed to be constructed at a later date.
Yeah, I like that line.
Yeah, and then the central park will be constructed in phases which correspond with the residential units which are directly adjacent to the central park. To facilitate connectivity and overall flow of the community trail system, portions of the central park may be constructed ahead of adjacent residential developments. So what we're saying, as we go, we'll build the amenities. In some cases, we may build amenities ahead of ourselves for connectivity on that central park. So we're not going to leapfrog over the park. We're not going to leapfrog over amenity centers to save money. We're going to build them as we go.
So we can, I can see that there's may on 1, 2, and 3. If those were changed to shall, and then we identified the location of the 4-acre park, or is that something that we want to leave on the table to identify?
We talk about, I saw it in there, we talked about grassed areas will be in that central park area. And I think, to me, I would prefer to leave it that way, because we haven't designed that. Is it a soccer field? Is it a ball field? Is it just a
open space,
a playground area? Well, that'll all be determined by demographic as we go. For instance, I mean, we used to build tennis courts in all our community centers and our clubhouses, right? Well, nobody builds, we build pickleball today. So I don't want to commit to you today to pickleball and then something new that I'm not aware of happens 5 years from now and say, well, you can't build that because you put it in there.
So you'll commit to a minimum 4-acre park.
Yeah.
In the central
park area.
Central park area somewhere.
Yeah.
That's the language I'm looking for. That I don't.
Let's just
have
add.
yet.
I'm comfortable adding that language.
Yeah, I think that's fair to clarify that, because none of us may be here in 5 years. Who knows? And it'll be good to have that stipulated.
There's plenty of area. There's 4 acres is a very small part of that central park.
But we could identify that even in the motion.
I just don't want to go down the road of I mean, your central park, the way that it's laid out is it's not very, originally was not very many grass area. It was more trails and natural. And I'm saying we want at least a park for the community.
Yeah, let's add, approval tonight. Hopefully you can add a condition that we will add to the amenity package that the central park will include a 4-acre park that meets city park standards. Because you have a very detailed what you want in your parks. And if you say that, then that kind of part belongs. It's a lot of the changes in the development between attorneys was to put power back in the city that you could impose your current standards on us. The PCD kind of, we like to kind of tie you into a corner, if you will, and say, we're exempt from all that other stuff. You can't make us do it. Unfortunately, in the development agreement, that didn't happen.
We have good staff.
You do.
Could I just, if we're done with that discussion, I just have a couple of comments that I apologize for missing the last meeting or work meeting for this. I was all for being here, but I did not feel well, and it wouldn't have been good for me to be here. But a couple of things, I've talked with the fire chief. One of the things, and I've mentioned this to Mr. Raines because I did miss the meeting, so I made a phone call to him. One of them is fire protection out there in that area. We are quite removed from the city. Fire station on Washington Dam Road is within the proximity of the radius that, according to Matt Evans, Chief Evans, is acceptable for fire rating, and therefore, and there's some discussion, or he mentioned there's a site somewhere in the vicinity for a future fire station that he has in mind. I'm not sure where that is. I don't know if anyone knows, or he's probably not still with us. But anyway, that was a concern that I had. But I think that, this is a community, as Mr. Raines has said, is kind of out there by itself, and it kind of needs to have, emergency services as close as possible. But it sounds like that will work out in time. The other thing that I mentioned to Mr. Raines, or a question I had, was with respect to rockfall on that easterly side. Our hillside overlay zone, I couldn't see that it extended to this area just yet. Drew, I don't know if you can address that, but obviously hillside would come into play, the ordinance would come into play if it's 15% or greater, I believe is what it is, or I believe if there's a rockfall issue. And it sounds like it's probably far enough away from that rockfall. There's some sections that show that they do a berm and a rockfall landing area and such. And that's good. I just want to maybe go on record that if there is, that probably will have to be looked at a little bit closer as you come in with plats to make sure that there is nothing there. I don't perceive that, but I just want to make sure that staff is thinking about that as time goes forward.
And I appreciate that, because rockfall was a big issue. In fact, we did a rockfall study before we did anything. That was one of the very first studies. Stat and geotech are the two things we initiated first. And then we actually designed, if you notice, along that entire ridge, nothing backs into that ridge. It's all got a road. And there's a trail on the other side of the road. And in your PCD plan, there's a cross section that shows a berm, a trail, and a depression and things that we worked with the rockfall geologist to do that. So yeah, rockfall is an issue along that ridge, but I think we've adequately addressed it, and we'll come in with the detailed plans to show.
Good. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. And you notice that other part of the hill up there, a lot of that's going to be open space. So, and that's been somewhat mitigated by that construction of the Southern Parkway. They all graded that and dropped that down at that little corner up there, you see. We appreciate the city's help. We worked on these. Mike's sick of me, I'm sure. We've been working on this for the better part of 3 years to work out.
Yeah, and we appreciate that. At least I do. I've talked to staff quite a bit, and I know there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of input. Planning Commission has given a lot of input and consideration. So,
but we're comfortable. If you want to consider approval today, just change that amenities to shall, and to add the term for the 4-acre park that will be to city standards. We talked to Barry quite a bit about the possibility of portions of this becoming public parks. He's open, and the trails becoming public trails. Very open to that, but there again, we have to get to that level of detail at the next phase to make sure it meets his standards and things. But we're very comfortable thinking that there'll be significant public amenities out here. We're really hoping that at least all the paved, 10-foot wide bike trails are city trails.
Jim, in some of these pods, 48% of the overall number of units is multifamily. So we've got a fair amount of townhomes, we've got a fair amount of, condos or apartments there. One of the things I just wanted to make sure you were addressing is we have a visitor parking standard of 1 stall per 3.5 dwelling units. Have you addressed that in?
We will when we come into the platting process, but yeah, we're very, very much aware of it.
Okay.
In all the townhome projects that I've done, I've always exceeded the parking standard.
Okay, great.
And we also understand it's just not a number, it's the design of it. The parking has to be close enough to the units that the people will actually use it. I mean, if you put all your parking over in the corner and they have to walk through the whole development to get to a unit, they park on the street. They don't park because they don't want to walk.
Well, and you just, driving around the area, you see developments, especially with townhomes, where the parking wasn't planned for adequately, and there's an excessive on-street parking, and it just doesn't do justice to a quality development like yours. So I thought that would be the case, but I just wanted to make sure that it's not in the PCD, but you're saying that when you bring plats in, you will meet that standard of one stall.
In the PCD, we say we will meet things like city sign ordinance, the city parking ordinance,
including visitor parking ordinance.
Yeah, we've committed to comply with all.
Right.
And I was proud of our Casitas project out in Sienna Hills. It's nightly rentals. So I was a little concerned, like on President's Day weekend, when we have, some of the other ones in the county are just almost non-functioning because of people parked over. Our Casitas project was, functioned very, very well on the busiest weekend we've had. And so we understand that, and it's a big part of it.
Well, and I from speaking from my point of view, I appreciate your willingness to make a commitment to the amenities, because as we're dealing with a planned development like this, it's there's some give and take, right? And so we've given some reduced setbacks. We've given some, very good concessions on density. We've given some narrow street cross sections and plenty of multifamily. So I appreciate the fact that that there's some, some positive give and take to make this fair for both parties.
Yeah, and I think you've got a builder that understands that amenities aren't a burden; they're an asset, and that they're an asset to them. So that's what we're most excited about. That we're dealing with someone that's been down this road and understands that amenities won't sell this project. We're trying to sell lifestyle, we're trying to sell community. The home becomes almost secondary sometimes in these communities. They like what, that they're moving to their home, and the house is just one of many functions of their home.
So it sounds to me like we're kind of looking to maybe make some stipulations on the language here. Are we going to be okay making a stipulation to say that the word may is going to be replaced with shall? Yeah.
When we said may, that's more of the typical kinds. And so if we say shall, then we have to put everything in there that it states. And we may things may change over the years. I don't know that we have we have a dog park or some other things that may be very beneficial, but then we're tying ourselves in. And we're committing.
Trailheads and trailhead parks may or shall include shade trees, rock mesas, splash pad, theme playground, shade sails, trail overlooks, and other amenities listed herein.
So does that mean we have to have a splash pad at every one? And that's not feasible.
Can you weigh in on that? Can you help us from a legal standpoint?
That would be quite the trailhead.
Well, to start out with, let me just tell you, I'm a huge fan of big pieces of property coming into a community and bringing in incorporated plans that look like they fit together, because that's what happens when you're lucky enough to have big property owners. They can bring a big, massive plan for elected officials to look at and go, this is what our city ought to look like one day. So before I started doing this full-time about 5 or 6 years ago, when I represented private groups, it was only with these big chunks of land, these massive 1,000-acre and more projects. And they're great to work with because you have so much flexibility and you can plan to incorporate all the things you guys care about. Make sure you got parks to fit in with sometimes some moderate income housing in different places and some local businesses and stuff. I love them. So I'm a huge fan of them, but also a huge fan of knowing the best fences in those kind of properties are good agreements and good documents that lock in all of the stuff that you've agreed to do. And we've been really lucky. So
is there a way to put it in the development agreement and not a part of the GCD of the specific, at least like the big items we're looking for?
So part of what I'm going to tell you is it's a toss up. I mean, this stuff, they're huge. We're talking a document that's this big that controls it. So ask Drew sometime. If you've ever been by Drew's office, when he's had a request from Brio to change one aspect of just one sidewalk somewhere, and that they got to go through and amend it, and this affects this one, and then it goes back and you got to affect a different section. There's a lot to them. So the better they are, the better you live with them later on. And in the 30 years I've been working with the city, and those first 5 years, we did the first development agreement, Coral Canyon. That's one of the first development agreements in the state of Utah that we did. We've yet to have litigation in our city about one of these big projects. It doesn't mean developers don't come in sometimes and are frustrated. City council members aren't frustrated. Council Bundy I still think he gets mad at me every time he doesn't see a gutter out running past the golf course out by Coral Canyon. I still feel personal, like, I've left that off, and he's not happy about that still. And citizens who say, geez, this was always good. These were all going to be single level. Now they're 2-story. It ruined everything they promised to do. But you guys are the ones that have to decide it. So having said that, do I think it's important whether that said may or could possibly include? Sometimes I worry when I see those things, it's the same thing. It says price, come to Boulevard Furniture. Price is starting at $19.99, because nothing's ever $19.99. It's always $199.
So essentially you're saying no.
May is difficult. To say may is difficult. To say shall, even saying shall have, unless you're really lucky, it's like certain amenities shall be constructed using current practices and then put the material there. Other than that, you're still saying may or shall.
So Jeff, though, I think the gentleman made a great point in that I don't think we're limiting the number of amenities. It's just what the amenity is. Like I see here that they've got horseshoe pits identified, whereas cornhole probably would be a better choice for that, where it's kind of the same activity. So I think when you say may, you're going to have this many amenities, and I think that's what the gentleman could drill down on, because all it concerns me is that if they're offering 10 amenities, we need 10 amenities that we can decide what those are. But if the may includes, then
maybe
you
10
may do 5 and it may be 10, then that's an issue.
But maybe I like what you're saying is that may, or you will install 10 amenities and you may have these options. But we need to have some language in there that says you're going to do the 10 amenities, you're going to do the 4-acre park minimum, you're going to do some of the big items. And then, because I don't really care if it's cornhole or horseshoe. I really don't. But
But
it's
I think
sometimes
that'll
easier to
come
have
up.
language you can,
It'll come
sometimes
up.
you have language you can use, I think.
Yeah, but we got to come up with our language that protects the city, but works with the developer as well. And right now, we're not there yet. Like, I don't.
There's a little language will make you guys sleep well at night. Because I mean, that's what you're going to worry about. And that's what citizens are going to worry about when they come and talk to you. You said they may put this in, so they felt like they did put a pool. They shall put a pool or a clubhouse or riding stables or whatever. And they may do that, but at the time, maybe it's changed in the way society likes it. That's
Are we
why
really better off to just wait to the preliminary plat? And
I still think you got to have some general guidelines or you'll never get there. You just won't get there if you don't.
Because it really does. I mean, that was the first thing that jumps out to me is that it's just May just sounds so weak.
I think we definitely changed May. Talking with Don there while Jeff was talking, here's his suggestion. They have no problem committing to building the things that we've listed. So shall build them is fine. Their concern is where they go and the quantity they go. And so if we added a term, we are committed to build all these things throughout the development and or other amenities that may be appropriate with time. So that leaves it open that we can add different amenities, right? And then we say that the exact number and locations of these amenities will be determined by the city council upon approval of the preliminary plats. Then you can exercise your judgment as that this plat needs these amenities.
Can you say that again, Jim? That last part about the preliminary plat.
That the actual location and the quantity of each amenity will be determined with the submittal of the preliminary plat. So when the preliminary plats come in, you can say, here's our list. You don't have anything in here. We think you need to pick something and put in here. So you have the authority to say, here's the list. You have to have something in that. You determine what's best use. You just can't just say, oh, we're going to put it at the end of the project.
And I couldn't see that precluding you from doing something over and above this as well.
Yeah, and we put that language and other amenities that may be appropriate. Because like I said, tennis to pickleball, 10 years ago, you never knew about pickleball.
That's why I like these big projects, these big plans and with well thought out plans and complex and big. Yeah. Include a lot of stuff because it gives you this feeling like somebody put a lot of time and effort. How could this be developed? This really is what they're thinking about. This is what a community looks like. I know what this community will look like in 10 years as opposed to, well, I like that 4 units of it. It goes really great next to the townhomes next to it. And it's really nice when you do it that way, but again, it's having that relationship between the elected officials, the city staff, and the developers and their representatives during that process. To some extent, maybe more important than this stuff. This stuff, however, still gives you guidelines and keep you talking well. No one will be going to keep you out of court. That's not where you want to be because that's full limiting down and it's also just an area.
And I think we're 100% in agreement that what you want is what we want. What we're talking about is how to memorialize it in this agreement, in this plan, so that everybody's comfortable with it.
Right.
So we're not debating. We want to do everything we say here. What we don't want to do is to try to give you a detail. If you remember in the work meeting, we had a very detailed plan. And then you remember it had all the names and each area had everything listed in it. And we said, we're maybe getting ahead of ourselves here. We don't know if that's the best fit for the splash pad or the best fit for the pickleball. We need to spend more time and determine that. So we're committed to do all these things and we're committed to not may, but shall do them, and that we'll do them. You can determine whether it's adequate at the preliminary plat stage, the number and the location of them. And that way it's like a detailed design. We'll give you a detailed design in step 2, not in step 1.
I'm thinking that we can.
Jeff, can you step to a microphone, please?
Come to the microphone.
Oh, sorry about that. Did you guys hear him say it? As a part of the development agreement, which is one thing that kind of just ties the rest of them together. If it's really good, it'll grab and touch every aspect of all the elements and all the attachments and exhibits to those things, and lock in some things when you need to, provide flexibility when you need to. And the other good thing about that is it's basically this. They started with the same development agreement that we drafted for first Sienna Hills, and then got used up on Brio. So it's kind of the city drafted document that we're all using and incorporating and adjusting. But some things are changed a little bit that I always had concerns about, and I wanted to lock in because vesting is always a big issue. And we've been working on it, and we're going to come up with more solidity in what we mean by that. But vesting shouldn't be that you're vested in only having to put in 2-foot sidewalks, whatever it is. We want to have that flexibility for there. And the vesting has to do one thing, assure the developer at some stage that they can still make the product they want it to overall. But it also allows the city to find out, guess what? Nobody plays pickleball has been outlawed throughout the country. We can't do pickleball now. But we're vested because it can't change. Some of that vesting's got to change.
Jeff.
It has to ride with it to where we're at the time. So I think there's things that can be done for it. And as a city councilman, I wouldn't put my trust in anybody more than I would you guys in doing something for your community and wanting it to be done in a way that in 10 years and in 20 years and in 30 years, you'll be proud that you're a part of it. But I think it does take a little bit of time, a little bit of patience, and sometimes just.
So Jeff, can this be a part of, because the development agreement isn't a part of tonight's submittal?
No, but the development agreement is what ties.
My question is, can we take this little worry we have about the amenities and when they come, can that be part of the development agreement and not part of this PCD plan?
Well, the PCD plan is part of the development agreement. It's like an exhibit to it. That's why the development agreement has the fewest words in it, but it's everything that goes to it's an attachment. The PCD plan is an attachment to it. That's why
I
it's
understand
important.
that. I'm saying because it's not in the current PCD plan we have in front of us, can we add that language to the development agreement, or do we need to make a condition? And it just seems like we're piecing it together, and I'm trying to help move this along. There's a lot of things here. So I'm asking if that piece can be added to the development agreement, or is it not appropriate to be there? Typically it's not there.
There's no real great answer as I've seen these work. And again, I've worked on multi-$1,000 projects all the time
In
in
your
Southern Utah.
professional opinion, do you like it or don't?
No, I like it from the standpoint that because the industry's learned over the last 30 years what they're doing with these things. Sometimes you're close enough with your PCD plan to say, here's what we're going to be developing. It's going to take the development agreement to get us there, and it might take their standards and guidelines, which is another exhibit to their housing project that's going to have to be attached to it to go. They're all going to be conditioned on approval. Whether they're all done at one, I got to tell you, you put too much of I'm trying to put the bomb from atomic bomb together to think of at one time. I would take them as they come, the easiest they go. I think these things are things that you look at and go, no, I don't want to may there. I don't want them just to have the discretion to do that.
Does it mean I've been here too long if I heard him say yes?
Okay.
I said, Jay, you could. I said, Jay,
Hey,
you
I
could.
guess I'm gonna jump in right there. I have a comfort level in being able to, after your answer, I think that we need to probably try to work on moving this. We only had one meeting in December and one in January, and I have a comfort level in what we're discussing. I think that we can not only put it in motion, but I think we can bring those things forward, and probably have a better idea of what to ask for at those times where we get feedback from the developer and we can have a discussion more specific than trying to bring it all in right now.
We have the language.
Thus far, we've only really talked about amenities and a couple of road issues. What else?
Art.
Art is an amenity. What did you say?
I have another road question.
There's a list I sent to you in the packet that went through the work meeting and had all those items addressed. If you want, I can pull that and I can run through that real quick for you, or are you comfortable with it?
I think I'd like that. Can I ask you one quick question before I forget it? the connection to 3650 South, I'm just reading the corrections on that. And I still am not sure I understand what the trigger is. I understand that initially there's to be an emergency secondary access, but I'm not sure what triggers the completion of that road. At least the middle section. I understand that's just the middle section.
Because the timing of 3650 is still unknown. It's a lot sooner now than what it was when we started. But because it's unknown, what we've said in our traffic study says that we can handle the improvement of Washington Dam Road and on and off ramps to Southern Park. We can handle the traffic for the development. So the 3650 connection is not mandated by our traffic study, right? But what we did say with back and forth with Public Works is that at 2/3 build out of the project, that if 3650 is in, then we'll connect or sooner.
So what happens if 3650 gets put in and you're not at 2/3?
Well, or sooner. We'll just say we will look at when 3650 is available. We will meet with the city and look. What is difficult if it went in tomorrow?
Yeah,
we've got 3 miles of roads to build through our project just to get to that extension.
And I get that.
And we wouldn't want to connect then. So it's a timing. There's these timing elements. We don't know what they are. We're just saying when 3650 is in or at 2/3 of the development, we will meet with it and see what makes sense.
But what happens if, so I'm just being worst case scenario. What happens if you get 2/3 to your project and 3650's something happens, economy goes bad and we don't build it? Okay. Say if that happens, then at some point
our project can still,
you just keep pecking away at it. And then you get to the end of your project and 3650 still isn't built.
The traffic study says we're fine
with one access, with a secondary graveled road.
Yeah.
But then who takes care of that cost from 3650 up in the future?
Well, that's we've got these trigger points to address.
That isn't that traffic, isn't that from the standpoint of traffic being able to get in and out of there? I think to me, it's
freeway interchange at the start of the project, and we got a 5-lane road.
No, I'm sure. I'm not worried about traffic. I'm more worried about what happens in worst case scenario. It doesn't.
It's trip distribution. It's where people want to get to out of the project. There's enough capacity in the Southern Parkway and in Washington Dam Road to handle all our units. That's not a question.
Yeah.
It's just where the distribution goes.
I'll take a little bit of that unknown out of this equation now. Last Wednesday, we had the MPO meeting advisory committee. I applied for funds for the 3650 interchange. We received just short of $3 million approval for that. Now it goes to the executive next Wednesday for approval. We've got the money that's at the Main Street interchange. I have 1.2 million there. UDOT wants me to use that money, move it down there. We don't, if that goes the Main Street, they don't want to federalize that interchange. I will move that 1.5 million or 1.2 million down there. I have somewhere around 750,000 to $1 million left on Washington Parkway. We will move that to that project. I've got $2.2 million allocated to construct the road on 3650. The development that's kept moving has brought that project down to where we may be $1 million project. So right now I have basically $7 million to build the interchange, and our estimate was like 6.7 million. So I have a project. Now the money going to be allocated is still 5 years out. UDOT really wants this interchange. They want to bridge loan us this money. Theoretically, we could be under construction within a year and a half on the interchange. Okay. We basically have the project is funded. We could be
at 65% or 2/3, it would be a time to reevaluate based on the traffic say. So it doesn't necessarily say you're going to asphalt it. How does that work between Public Works and Jim Raines, knowing that it's likely that neither of you will be here when this conversation happens?
So with Public Works, and not just myself, just the staff with our city engineer and with Brandon, who does the new development, we really disagreed with the traffic engineer. He brought the traffic engineer and we met with them. we still don't necessarily agree with them. We think that by 2/3, they will need a second access. And so I think at that trigger point at 2/3, and I thoroughly believe that they're going to build it as soon as it's going to be fiscally able to build it with the development that's going, because it's just going to do nothing but improve their project and improve their sales by having those two accesses. And that direct connection to the Southern Parkway at 3650 South, as well as 3650 South being able to get in to St. George or all of the new commercial development you're going to approve in that area in our city.
And once the interchange is built, and remember, day one, we're grading and road basing that road. Okay, so cost to pave that road spread out over 2,400 units is pretty minimal. And
So-
I agree with Mike. So what the catch point for us is that our development's not going to need it until development's up towards that end of the project, right? And so because our traffic engineer and the city engineer butted heads for weeks and weeks on this trigger point of when it happens, we just said when we get up to 65% or 2/3 was the number we talked about of the project, then if that interchange in, then we'll look at it and they'll want it. It'll get built. It's not a huge expense because the expense is the interchange. That's the $6-7 million.
And the grading and
The grading and the road base is going to be done now. They don't even pay for it. We pay for it.
Mike, are you comfortable with this verbiage? Did it be readdressed at that point rather than be built at that point?
Yes, that's what we worked out with them. So like I've said, we've had,
okay,
Jim hit the nail on the head. I'm sick of him.
But he keeps smiling, Mike. He keeps smiling.
Let me ask so I can understand here. So the traffic study is looking at volumes of traffic, and the 2/3 build out, 65%, whatever it is talking about the volume of traffic, right? But we still have an emergency access, right?
Yes.
And that's my biggest concern is we have another access just in case at the primary access, the world, the explosion happens and you've got to get out somewhere. But you have that regardless of the 65, right?
Yeah, we
Okay.
acquired the right of way from BLM, which wasn't easy.
Yeah,
So
and I think you
we
mentioned
have
that
the right
before.
of way. We will grade that road to grade. We'll put drainage structures and things under it like that. And we'll road base it, and there'll be a gate with the right of way fence that Mike got approved through UDOT.
Okay.
So that can be used. You don't have to cut the wire.
Which
once the interchange is in and we're up, to 2/3 of the project, they're going to want to pave that road. It's not about.
But at a certain
volume, it's
point,
about
you're not going to.
distribution.
The emergency is great, and we need that.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, you're going to quit caring about an emergency, and you're going to want to have a road. So I think it's valid though to this word reevaluate the project trip distribution at the point of 65%. That word freaks me out. Like because it doesn't say you're going to do it. It says you're going to reevaluate it. And I hate it. I hate the way this is written.
When that was written, I didn't know what.
It's much worse than May.
When that was written, we did not know what Mike just told us. In fact, I didn't know what Mike just told us until tonight.
Yeah.
And so
but
the whole timing to that.
Fail safe if that doesn't happen, and because we're leaning on UDOT, which we have we have relationship there, but we can't guide them. We can't, they can change their. If we get to a point where we come to the 65% and that's the trigger, this word here isn't strong enough language.
What we're trying to say is the city has the point to stop us if for some reason traffic's not working.
But that's not what it says.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is I know what you want. I think I see what you're saying, but that's not what this says. Date of the study
be reevaluated, so that means we have to get reapproval.
But
that's what we're trying to
that's
say.
what it should say then, be reevaluated and be brought before the city council before moving forward or something like that.
Yeah, that's the intent.
And I don't even say council, before the current public works director or whatever.
Well, okay, let's just take that. I mean, that's a valid point. I mean, we're going to be involved in the reevaluation, any language change, correct? So the 65% does trigger a reevaluation at which point,
You can say yes or
whatever
no.
council is involved, it comes back before them.
Yep. That was the intent. You know, whether we chose the wrong word or not, I don't know. And we've been involved with 3650 before we ever owned this property. We went to UDOT before the Southern Parkway was ever built. Mike can verify this, and offered $1 million. So when they graded the Southern Parkway, they graded the overpass, right? Because it made a lot more sense to us that an overpass would be in, you know, tear out the road and all that, but they were too far along. They wouldn't.
So I'm just trying to work this through in my head. So the overpass doesn't get built. We hit the 65%, and we come to reevaluate that.
There'd be a new traffic study done. We'd have to do traffic counts. We'd have to see if it's functioning. Our traffic engineer says it will. The city engineer says he doesn't think it will. So he's right. I don't know.
So just looking at numbers then, so 65% of the total number of units is around 1,500 units, right? So if you look at trip generation, and I'm not an expert at this, but I know they figure 10 trips per day per unit, right? So you're talking 15,000 trips, which to me is that's not that much. I mean, compared to a residential quiet street, yes, but looking at a collector road, 15,000 is really not, that doesn't bother me. I'm more concerned, as I mentioned before, is the emergency situation.
It's really more about just trip distributions, not trip numbers, because the roads are big enough to handle the numbers.
Well, but I think everybody,
we're just talking about where are people going to want to go.
Well, but I think the concern is, though, isn't it, Jim, that it's where everybody has to get in and out of the place. Well, I agree that the distribution, but everybody's coming to one single point.
If you're living at the back of Long Valley Trails and the interchange is in 3650, everybody's going to want that connection made to 3650, including the builder. Mm-hmm. That just makes sense, and we're fine with that. There was never any debate or worry that if that interchange was in when we got 2/3 of the way up to the project, that we would make that connection, because that's to everyone's
I know, and
benefit.
I think we're good with that. The problem is we're looking at it right now from everybody's. I mean, they're financially stable. Things are going along the way we think they are. We just have to consider that things may change, and so having the language in there that keeps us all out of court.
Well, and that's why we put the 65% trigger in there for reevaluation. Maybe reevaluate.
So again, my question is this: that is actually in this executive summary. Is this the documentation we're going to be looking at, the executive summary? And I'm getting a little bit swamped in the volume of documents. Mm-hmm. But is that where we're going to go? We're going to be looking at this executive summary.
It's also in the traffic study.
Okay.
And it's also in the traffic study thing. But yeah, this entire book, along with the development, and the development agreement's part of that. This is what governs that project.
Right.
And so if it's in this book, it has the full force and effect of law. I mean, it's the rule.
And what I was thinking,
I think there's a little bit of misconception when we go through this as well. That, put it in the development agreement. Well, the development agreement would be 789 pages long. The development agreement's 22 pages long. It basically, and a lot of that's the stuff that Jeff and the attorneys come up with, the investing rights, and those types of things. It doesn't specifically say everything that this says in it. It doesn't have the design.
But it also, Jim, at some point, it's going to not be an advantage to your development if you don't build that road, because at some point you're going to want people to be able to access the property on that side to sell lots and to be able to continue it moving forward. So
as we were going through this, and it was a long discussion, we flew our traffic engineer out, and it went on and on and on for quite a while. Our biggest concern is that we didn't want to get in a situation where the city could come back and say, you got to build that $7 million interchange. Because we didn't feel like you said, that the traffic, we got a freeway and a 5-lane road accessing this project. The volume, it was never a volume issue. It was a trip distribution issue. But we also understood that when we got 2/3 up to the project and that interchange was in, we'd want to connect to it. So we're not really committing to anything that we don't want to do in the first place. So, and then even since a month ago, 2 months ago, when we were going through the traffic, this thing has, you know, the report Mike just gave. I mean, we're way further down the road than we were when we wrote this. We didn't know what Mike said when this was written.
I was very surprised that we got that all the different projects. I was very surprised that we got that amount of money with all the projects that were being submitted by the other cities. And I was very surprised at the support we got from St. George, and they had 3 projects of their own that they didn't get funded. And they supported our project as well as the county supported our project. So very surprised it came along that quickly.
You know, Mike, I was actually listening on that. And not only St. George, but the rest of the community, they recognize how badly needed this is for the development of the entire county.
It really benefits St. George City having this interchange as well. This will be the busiest interchange on the Southern Parkway.
I always thought 3650 was the main connection point to the Southern Parkway for the residents that live here. The other connection points are more remote. And so where the population centers are, 3650 is going to be probably the most used interchange on that road. So we're there again, we're agreeing to do what you want us to do.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out how to word it.
Are we okay on this point here, or do we think we need more conversation on this?
What page are we on? I'm lost on this. Sorry, I had it, but now I remember reading it. But
Jim,
summary?
Are you looking at the executive summary? That's what I'm calling it from. Last page of the executive summary.
Yeah, we felt like that the reevaluation of it gave the city the authority to mandate that we had to do it. That was the wording that Mike and I came up with.
What if next to reevaluate, the word that Councilman Ward loves, we put either a comma or in parentheses giving the authority to mandate the completion of, and then finish out the rest of the verbiage.
Well,
because that would
by
be based
statute,
on
if the reevaluation comes back to the council for traffic study and all that other stuff, I guess I'm okay with it.
You just leave it.
Well, I'm taking guidance from staff, and they're telling me that's where it's going to come. If that's what the reevaluation means, I have less hatred for reevaluation.
I think the reevaluation is more on the staff level, that we will reevaluate it and tell them this is the time that you have to put in this connector road to the interchange.
If that's the case, I'm good with it. So if
Can't
anybody,
we
so I'm
put
just checking to see
reevaluated
the
by
item.
staff?
Say again.
Can we say reevaluated by staff?
So again, that's where I'm leaning on staff's expertise to say is if the language is sufficient for what needs to happen at that time.
But not an evaluation by staff, but
An evaluation by staff. A evaluation will be submitted to staff for review, or I don't know, just something like that.
So Mike, I'm getting
that's I'm just trying to think through that from all angles. If it just triggers a reevaluation, then that means the developer has to submit documentations for that reevaluation.
Yeah, it's a traffic study.
I think it's covered everything.
And the reevaluation has to be submitted to staff for the review of that. Right. Otherwise, who's going to reevaluate?
Okay.
I don't.
So then other topics. I mean, we're giving. I hate to forgive the language here, but we're giving up a lot of opportunity for commercial development based on conversations that happen with other developers. And I realize that's in the general plan. I'm just kind of almost asking council, is there any concern about that? Anything you want to visit or revisit on that before you nod your head and approve this? Or
I personally think there's plenty of places just west of 3650 that has commercial and north of the. So I'm not as concerned because commercial is just not like it used to be. And so I'm sitting here going, if he doesn't want it,
get it back. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, if he doesn't want it for his development, I understand, because we have places that do want it. Okay. That's just how I'm feeling. I mean, I would want it, at least a neighborhood commercial or something. But I mean, if it's right across the street.
And it really boiled down to our negotiation on the storm drain issue and that.
I understand that. I'm just trying to check off the list and kind of move this forward here to see if we can come to a consensus. Is there any other items that anybody's got they're still holding on to?
I have a question on HOAs still. So I'm just trying to recollect. is it going to be one master HOA for everybody, or is it going to be sub HOAs?
Both. There'll be a master HOA that covers the entire development, covers interconnecting thing like trails in the Central Park. There'll be ancillary HOAs for each community. Very similar to Sandy Hills. I think Coral Canyon's that way too, isn't it?
I think so.
I know Stookie is.
Sandy Hills is. I'm not.
Sandy Hills is. Coral Canyon, I forget. It's been a while.
Stookie is.
Yeah. So
as long as we're going down that road, I just didn't see anything specific on that. But usually is that covered in the development agreement, or is that no?
We just say there'll be an
HOA.
HOAs, yeah. They're getting the details or step 2.
Well, I've just had some projects that I've worked on that they've been very specific that you say you're going to have HOAs and sub HOAs in the language.
Well, we are, and if you want it added, we're comfortable adding it. This type of project is the only way to run it. I don't know how you can do it differently. A townhome is going to require a different set of rules than a lot versus a condo. So,
well, and I bring that up because I personally would like to see that these townhomes, because they do have the alleys, which are private streets, have different HOAs than the rest of the community. Because I would hate someone living in a single family clear across the development having to pay for the guy's alley replacement.
We talked about that. That's how they want to do it. Quite frankly, I don't see any other way to do it practically. You just create, it just won't work. And it's a proven method. The overall HOA governs the whole project. The ancillary HOAs to do each little community. And so if there's something unique to that community, they can charge for their alleys, and everybody doesn't have to pay for your alley. Or maybe in the condos, there may be a pool that's specific for the condos, and the pool would pay for that. The condos would pay for that, not everyone else.
So the other thing, Jim, that we need to get fixed is these street sections. I never saw any updated on this 159 foot that's not in the development. The maps need to be
Didn't that get
fixed.
taken out? I'm sorry.
Well, we never saw any new ones from our meeting before, and
I gave you new cross sections. They didn't have the 59.
No, they didn't have it. I'm just saying your maps need to be updated. Your overall
map.
The overall map shows it. It's not colored anywhere in the development, but it's in the legend that's saying there's a 59 foot. So
we'll take it off the legend.
Need to be updated.
Is that just the 59 foot?
The 59 foot section
We have it in the legend, but we don't have any 59 foot streets. And that came about because 59 foot had the trail in the public right of way. And we wanted to get the trail. We've got these large landscape open spaces on the side of each road. And we wanted the trail to be more offset to the road. So we put it into that common area rather than trying to squeeze it into the.
So there is no 59 foot road. That just needs.
That's all he's saying. Just take it out of legend because we don't have one.
And that's in the. Where's that, Councilman?
It's in the.
It's in the map.
The map, the exhibit in the roadway sections. It's the red one, but it's not in there.
We don't have any of them, but we got it on the legend, so we just take it off the legend.
Could I just say, I think there's been a lot of good discussion, a lot of valid points made. I think at some point we have to just recognize that we have to trust that things are going to move forward because, I look at things like sewer, the sewer's got to be pumped. If we go out there and 100 homes are built and there's a possibility things stop, then the city's going to be on the hook to take care of that. The city's going to be on the hook for fire coverage. The city's going to be on the hook for police coverage, whatever it be. The city's going to be there. And so, we just have to trust that these things are going to happen. I mean, just with any developer, we just hope for the best. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory.
No,
I think positively what has been said is going to happen, but there is just a trust factor that we have to have here in general. But again, all these discussion items are valid, I think. And
all this does is really set what you're used to land use, like a zoning. And then we've got to go through the platting and we've got to go through the construction plans. You're going to see each part of this time and time and time again. And what the development.
Are we going to feel like Public Works did?
Yeah, you could be really sick of me.
So as we're talking about streets here, I'm just trying to remember in my reading from the updates, did we go to all private streets?
We made the 34-foot private street public as per our discussion and work meeting.
Okay.
The only private street in the whole project is the 24-foot alleyways.
And so, yeah, and that's already been updated then in the project plan.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Council, if there's.
Sorry, Councilman, can I?
No, let's make a motion.
Mayor, I got two quick things, please. It'll take all of a minute. One you see on your screen, I want this eliminated. The porches encroaching,
I know
because
where it's coming from.
on a 5-foot setback, you're gonna be at 0. Jim, you okay with eliminating that?
Give me a second. I can't even read it from my bad eyes. What are we doing? Porches may encroach on the 5-foot front or side yards. So you don't want.
No, I don't, because if you have a 5-foot setback, I'm down to 0.
You have a problem with that, Don? What we were thinking on this is not a covered porch, but a concrete pad.
Well, those,
maybe
if
have
it's
a
a concrete pad, I have no issue, because that's not a setback issue.
So if we change that from porch to concrete pad may encroach, I think.
You may, again, you won't need to put that on there, because I allow concrete sidewalks, everything in that. So that's why I just say.
There wasn't put a covered porch in the setback. It was just a pad.
Okay. So, well, that's why I say it doesn't need to be in there then.
We can remove that. That's in the design guidelines.
Okay, and then the last thing's real simple is you have a statement in there that preliminary plats will not need a public hearing. I need to take that out because state requires one.
And we address that in the development agreement. That's required. So.
Okay, that's all I've got. Sorry.
What was that last one? Sorry.
Yeah, you don't need to be sorry, Drew. All right, I'll entertain a motion if you're ready.
Yeah, is that on the same preliminary plat language?
Here's the items I have.
Hit a key and maybe it'll go out.
Washington for conditions. I'm not making a motion. I'm just stating the things I have, and that way you guys can tell me yes or no, or we need to add or cut. I had Washington Dam Road section needs to be updated to show the trail. The language for a minimum 4-acre park to the current that will go to city standards. Do we need to address the fire protection? I have that down. Are you okay with that? It sounds like I would have some language about the rock fall. The rock fall zones need to be evaluated when the subdivision is up against the rock fall potential area
For each
specific plat. The amenities will be, this is the one I'm not sure how we address is the amenities and how they link.
That's some language.
You gotta go to the bathroom?
Locate.
You can.
I would call for a nurse.
Okay, they'll come here in a minute then.
Location, quantity, substitution, and additions of amenities contingent upon approval by city council at preliminary plat.
I like that.
I like it, so I'm going to hold that.
Don't forget that. That's good.
I didn't write that down. I had 3650 reevaluation language on the 65%, or I think we're comfortable with it now based on discussing with staff of the evaluation. But I think
keep that in.
I think you keep it. You just say coordinating with the language needs to be updated to coordination with staff.
Reevaluation with staff.
Reevaluate. Have the
reevaluate the word reevaluate.
Reevaluate the word. No. Reevaluate. Traffic impact study will be. So Washington City and the developer of Long Valley Trails to reevaluate the project trip distribution at the point of 65%. That's how it's written.
Present documentation to staff.
That's fine.
For reevaluation.
Okay. And then language about the HOA and sub HOAs will be a part of the community. And then we have the
say again.
The language within the document will have an HOA, and the development will have HOAs and sub HOAs.
And then Drew's stuff, are you including those?
Yes. And then we have under the design guidelines, we've got the 5-foot setback needs to be striked. Do we have a page, Drew, on that?
I think it's page 31.
31.
Yes.
And then we have the preliminary plat one.
That's page 4.
Page 4. And then I had the exhibits underneath the traffic need to strike the 59-foot right of way.
Councilman Staley, did you get all that?
Is there any more?
I think so.
So with that, you want me to make a motion? I'll make a motion. We approve. Oh, I don't have. Sorry. Make a motion. We approve the PUD planned unit development located at Oh, sorry. It said PUD and. Oh, it is P. Okay. So let me start over.
Here.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Mayor.
All right. I'll make a motion that we approve the planned PCD, planned community development located approximately 3000 East, 1600 South, with the finding and conditions provided by staff, with the additional conditions. Condition, what are we starting on?
So I'm wondering if it's just amendment to the project plan and development agreement, because it doesn't really have conditions that I could see.
Is that the best way?
Well, we're adding conditions, right?
I think we're just amending.
But I get that.
project
That
plan.
makes sense to amend what's in front of us to also include.
Yes.
Amendments.
Is that what you'd like to see, Denise, or do you want conditions?
Condition is that we have to amend it.
I think we'll just do condition. Yeah. So I'm going to say an amendment condition number 1. How about that? And just morph it.
Well, I guess you could say the condition to amend.
With one condition to amend the following items.
There you go.
Number 1, the Washington Dam road section will include the adjacent trail. Number 2, language stating that the minimum 4-acre park will be located in the Central Valley and meet city standards. Number 3, any subdivision adjacent to a potential rockfall zone will be evaluated at preliminary plat. Number 4, the amenity location. Do you want to take that one?
Location, quantity, substitution, and addition of amenities contingent upon approval by city council at preliminary plat.
I like that. Okay.
What number was that? 4?
That was number 4.
And were we also replacing the word may with shall?
Yeah, aren't we?
I don't think the developer was comfortable with that. And
I don't know that I'm comfortable with it because it limits their ability to make good choices going forward.
We jump from one side to clear over the other. I think we kind of encapsulated it with that and revisiting it at the preliminary plat.
Are you comfortable with the verbiage replacing may with shall, but adding the verbiage per councilman ward? It doesn't make him at every one, but that verbiage says you're going to have at least this and more.
Or substitutions. I think that is where we got to.
Can we change that language a little bit? Can you read that language again, Councilman Ward?
Location, quantity, substitution, and addition of amenities contingent upon approval by city council at preliminary plat.
I don't think we need the shall anymore or may. Get rid of it. I think we're okay because that states it.
That's the way I was looking at it.
Okay. And then on the number 5, right? We're on 5.
Correct.
On number 5, under the executive summary, underneath connection to 3650 South, the language for the Washington City and the developer of Long Valley Trails to reevaluate the project trip distribution at the point of 65% of the residential units will be presented to staff for review. That work? Additional language for that states that the development will have HOAs and sub HOAs. And then, so that was 6, and number
You're on 7 now.
7 is the revisions in the design guidelines on page 4. You want to state what it was, Drew, on the preliminary plat?
That it's just to strike the no public hearing statement.
Okay, so we will strike the no public hearings on page 4, and on page 31, strike the porch, the 5-foot porch in the table. And then number 8 would be to update the street classification map for Long Valley.
So I think is item number 7 includes those 2 items?
Yes. Does that work, or do you want separate? They're under the design guidelines, so I made it 1.
Okay.
I made it 1. And then number 8 would be on the street classifications map, Long Valley's Trails. The legend needs to be updated to not show the 59-foot right of way, because there is no 59-foot street cross section. Well, we cut that.
No, that doesn't need to be in there.
What is this, Jeff?
Just
condition upon the anticipated approval between the developer and city of the related PCD development agreement and other related project documents and exhibits.
I understood every single word you said,
That's
but
the
didn't
preface.
understand anything you.
So
didn't understand what you meant.
our legal counsel is saying that we want this also. So is this condition 9? Number 9. Is this the condition of
Read it
the
again.
Yeah. So condition 9, continued upon the anticipated approval between the developer and the city of the related PCD development agreement. So it has to do with the development agreement. This is all a condition that the development agreement gets approved.
Oh.
And other related project documents and exhibits.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Because
I needed that interpretation. Thank you.
I like that. Thank you, Jeff. Did you get that, Denise? So there's 9.
We're good there as far as you.
Yeah, I think we got it all. We get to watch the meeting again.
Do you want to add anything else? We can add. Oh, sorry.
No, I appreciate it. It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot, and I think you guys have been very, very thorough, and I'm comfortable. I think Don's comfortable. Was a little nervous there for a minute, but he seems to relax now. So
we still need a second.
You'll need a second.
We still need a second.
I'll second the motion. Councilman Staley.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote. Start with Councilman Staley, please.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that very much. We'll move on to item C. Consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-18 request to consider approval of design and use for an approved plan unit development PUD located approximately 1320 East, 3650 South. Applicant Doug Dennett.
Thank you, Mayor. The 2E holdover is now completed for this item. It's ready for council action. Just to remind you that the Planning Commission recommended to the City Council approval of Z-20-18 for the change from open space to the proposed plan unit development commercial with the designs that are attached in your exhibit. Be glad to answer any questions that you've had to think about this for 4 weeks.
Drew, could I ask just a basic question? So this is southerly, on the southerly side of 3650 South, correct?
Yes.
Correct, yes. Well, it's
Right.
when 3650 is extended, which it kind of is. Let me try to bring it up on the overhead for you. Too far. Okay, let me zoom in here. So it is roughly in this area here. I hope I'm not too far off. You can kind of see on your map there, the 3650 right through here when it's built out. Does that help you?
That was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Drew, what's the zone to the north, the current zone?
Here, I'll bring up the zoning for you. Wow, I hit my box so dang good. Oh, sorry, I just needed to pat myself, but you can see it's R112.
Beat to it. I was going to say that, but you beat me to your compliment.
Couldn't believe it. It's R112.
So I'm not going to promise this is the only thing I'm going to say, but I have concern that we're going from R112, even though it's a big road, to commercial right there. I personally think there needs to be more of a feather effect.
Well, just state this to state councilman, your zoning's already in. This is just the design of what goes in that zoning, if that helps you.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But that was kind of, when we saw this before, I made it very clear I did not want to see storage units the entire way. So
when you look at just west of that, we have a proposed future park, and to the east, you enter into commercial going to the east towards SR7. To me personally, it fits well because it blends that from a park into the commercial. I think that this project, I've thought about it a lot since last summer, and I think that it's something that I think would be a benefit not only to the people that live around it that will absolutely use it, but it also creates a buffer.
So is the developer building the road entirely down 3650 to this site? Okay. He's just building in front. Wasn't he going to originally?
He's just building his frontage on his property. There's been some kind of give and takes all the way down there, but the city's right now working on a project connecting down to Sugar Plum, connecting those phases together. So he laid in all of the sewer all the way down through there. The other developer that developed the piece that's to the west, he laid in the part of the water line, did all the improvements on the spillway for the debris basin there. And as part of those agreements, then the city would go in and pave the road.
And that's going to happen so that development can take place. I mean, it needs to happen before.
Yeah, we're presently in design on that little section of road. Spillway for the debris basin there. And as part of those agreements, then the city would go in.
That's going to happen so that development can take place, and it needs to happen before. Yeah, we're presently in
I don't care. Any other questions?
Well, I was just sorry. I was going to just ask. Your councilman coach, you're looking for more feathering in there, even though there's a fairly main road in between the two. I guess were you hoping for something frontiging that on because
so what I mentioned last time is I'd love to see a row of townhomes and then it go but that's just my opinion.
Put the townhomes up front.
Yeah, you put them along 3650 and then you turn the rest into storage units.
Seems almost backwards to me that you'd almost want your storage units close to the road and have your townhomes a little further away from a major, there's the potential to be a major road.
Well, I'm looking at the fact of the zoning is R112 across the street. So it's a feather effector that current property owners over there.
Storage units close to the road and have your townhomes a little further away from major, potential to be a major road.
So I'm looking at the fact of the
That
feather effector that current property owners over there.
I'm ready to make a motion. Motion to approve an ordinance granting zones change request Z-20-18.
I'm gonna bring your legs up. Okay?
The
Don't hang on to my
request
hand. I need to be
to
able to hang on to
consider
your feet.
approval
You're
of
good.
design engine
You
for
need some help.
planned unit development PUD located at 1320 3650 South. I hope you could hear that.
I heard you. Bundy, second the motion. With that, though, I'd just like to ask a question of Drew. So these conditions that are noted or listed in the review, a lot of those have been addressed, I guess, or there's still some of those that need to be addressed. It appears that probably most of those have been addressed.
Well, not most of them, because some of them have to do when he builds it out, you know, and when he turns his plans in, the signage, the parking, the garbage. The FEMA thing has not been worked out, to my understanding. It's in the process. I think applications are moving forward. The lighting will come.
What about a traffic study? Is that something that's, anything's been done on?
Well, we'll make sure, again, the Public Works always get that at construction drawings. That's when they want a final one. And so that's one of your conditions, so.
Okay, I just, maybe we just want to add those conditions are in play there.
Yeah.
If you want to add that to your motion with the conditions, and then I'm good with the second on that.
Yeah, and I would just add the conditions that are listed would be a part of this
Don't go
motion.
down any further.
Dustin, not the slide yet?
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Bundy.
Bundy, aye.
Goats, nay.
IVI.
Ward, nay.
Staley, aye.
All right, that passes 3-2. Okay, we'll move on to a development agreement. Consideration to approve a development agreement for the Long Valley Trails located, PCD development located 3000 East, 1600 South Long Valley Road, applicant Brennan Family Holdings LLC.
With your permission, I can make this pretty short.
Okay.
Obviously, we're not ready to adopt the development agreement tonight because Jeff didn't review the development agreement. The city hired Mike Day to do it because of Jeff's schedule, and then he got sick on us. I understand. I hope he's okay. But Mike Day and our attorney AJ Pepper finalized the legal ease in that agreement today. I apologize for that. We thought when we were here 4 weeks ago it'd be done in advance, but because of communication issues, it didn't happen. So what I would ask is, I've got copies of the final agreement. It's substantially the same as the one that you brought. The material stuff is the same, but the legal language changed. So I want you to have a chance to review it. I'd love to ask you to approve it subject to a final review, but I don't suspect you're comfortable doing that. So what I would ask is, I know we got Christmas coming. It's a big deal for us to try to get this thing approved before the end of the year. If you would consider a special meeting sometime between now and Christmas to consider approving this, we would greatly appreciate it. It means a lot to us if we could do that. I got copies. The final copies are done. I'll leave those with you.
Are those as of today? Because I heard that were red lines today.
There were red lines today. That is as of 3 o'clock today. Like I said, when they come back to me with the red lines, they usually say, yeah, if your attorneys are comfortable with this language, I'm comfortable with it, because they weren't substantially changing the thing. Jeff, I'm sure, wants to look at it.
Jeff, can you hop on the
microphone.
microphone?
But Jim and all, so again, we're familiar with these documents. They did because they came from city documents from days gone by. There's a few things that we want to get clarified and make sure we know, especially, I'm even more happy I heard some of your comments today, just to make sure that you're comfortable and you read language throughout. It talks about vesting, that you all know what it means too, because every one of you asked questions about it. But we want to get that clarified because it's important throughout. And by the way, my guess is in 10 years, Jim probably won't still be standing in front of city council and saying how easy it is to work it out. So we have to remember that too.
He'll just be on a beach somewhere. Now be careful there. He's just going to be on a beach somewhere. That's always.
Yeah. But here it is. And Jeff's absolutely right. Most of the changes we're talking, defining terms like vested rights and those types of things to make sure that those were clear. This is a template that the city's used many times. And so it's not unfamiliar to everyone. But I would ask that you would consider taking this and consider scheduling a special meeting. Can just be one item if you find this acceptable. I don't want to be
Jeff,
presumptuous.
how much strength do we have on approving this subject to a final review and establishing a date for and establishing a date for meeting back if there's concerns? Like how much?
I just don't know, to be honest, because I haven't been enough direct contact with this. But I know the document well enough. There's not that much in it. I think if you guys are interested in reading through those, and they're not that bad of a read, they've actually been shortened up when you figure how long some of the exhibits are in here, and want to call me with a question, or make sure you get it to me before I put input into their attorney, because we don't want to get that answered afterwards. So yeah, there'd probably be a great chance that we can have it in there. But that's up to you guys. It's your time. You guys spend a lot of time here, and
if I just having worked with this council, I know that they all do their work outside of the meeting, and I know that each one of us will actually read the development agreement. I think when we sign up for the job, we sign up for things like this, and I'm absolutely happy to accommodate a meeting before December 25th.
I'm the same.
I think if we come prepared, it doesn't have to be a long meeting.
How soon?
I can't promise anything from the other staff members though, because I'll be honest with you, they have, some of those exhibits are big, and like you saw tonight, we're going through and we're changing like single words and stuff. And so I don't want to speak also for Mike or for Drew or their groups, because they put in really the long hours on this. I'll do what I need
Has
to
staff
get it
not
done.
have you not had a chance to? You have.
Oh, he's been working on it for a year probably.
So we're just to check and balance the hard work they've already done.
So my understanding is even legal's signed off on this.
I haven't.
Mike Day.
Mike still has it from my discussion with him today.
I was under the understanding, but this afternoon.
There's not much there to do it.
Yeah. So as far as staff, I've gone through it. I'm comfortable with it, and you'll have to ask Drew on his end. But we've been through it enough. And
let's ask Drew. Drew, are you comfortable with it? Have you been through it?
Maybe not tomorrow night.
I only had 117 minor adjustments to it, but other than that, I'll be fine.
We should be good if you set a date that's not, the next 48 hours. Staff sounds like it's good.
But is Drew good with it?
Yes.
I think it sounds like we need a special meeting. So I'm not ready to say yes tonight.
So
I'd like to read it.
Is there a time that might work for staff better than another time for a one item agenda?
I'd rather not on Christmas or Christmas Eve.
I might recommend next Wednesday, a week from today. There is no planning commission meeting.
Okay, that would work for me.
I will be out of town, gentlemen, but that's okay. I'll send you whatever, but I won't be here next Wednesday night.
And you wouldn't be available to call in either?
I might be on the road. Yeah.
They have phones in Canada.
So when are you leaving? Would the day before be better?
Tuesday night's fine if everybody can. I know that might be tough for some other people with maybe church meetings, but Tuesday night's fine with me.
14th?
I can't do the 14th. We have solid waste meeting. I could do Tuesday.
I'm usually gone Tuesday, but you'd have a quorum without me. I mean, I'll read it. I'm actually really not available Tuesday or Wednesday, but
Wednesday, 15th.
unless you went early, like a
could go early.
4:30 meeting.
A 4:30 meeting?
I don't know, just to be home be done by 5, just catch it on the end of the. But I agree with you, Councilman, that I'd like to read this, but I also want to accommodate.
Well, I think that was the intent, is to get this to council, let council read it, but I don't know that you really need staff, because our comments should be addressed basically now. So you have our comments now before you come to vote on this.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you necessarily need staff in at the meeting.
I think I can call in if we need you. Well, I think Mike.
I
should
have
come
nothing
just
to
'cause
do
Mike
at
should
night, so
come.
I'll be here.
I'll be whatever day.
I can't, I'm not available Wednesday. That's youth council night. So that's.
Sounds like Thursday, the 17th.
If we did,
What if we went early, Councilman
like
Staley?
a, like
If we
a
went early
4:30 or 5 would work good for me. If it's not going to be a long meeting, I could do that before I go to my next obligations.
I can't do it on Wednesday that time.
About what if we did like Tuesday at 4:30? The 15th.
Tuesday?
15th.
Is that the 15th?
That would be fine for me.
Let's don't forget, we can also set that up electronically for some of you if you happen to be out of town or within range.
Denise, is Tuesday, 4:30? Mayor?
Tuesday,
4:30?
Monday is the 14th. Tuesday's the 15th.
Tuesday the 15th, I have an obligation,
Oh, I'm looking.
city manager and I have an obligation at 5 o'clock.
So 4 o'clock then?
Who had Wednesday conflicts? Staley and Ivy?
I do on the early time.
And you have one early on Wednesday.
Yeah, I can't. I have meetings at 3 and they go till on every Wednesday, usually 5.
Thursday.
How about 4 o'clock Tuesday?
That works.
Somebody had something, I thought they said.
No, it's just the mayor and the city manager at 5.
The mayor has.
They're at 5.
Yeah, at 5 o'clock.
Is it close or do we need to?
Yeah, oh yeah, we just walked there.
Oh, well, maybe we can just do it
4 o'clock.
Tuesday at 4 o'clock.
You see it 4.
That work for you, Jeremy?
Yeah, that
You
works
okay
good.
with that? Okay.
Sure.
Can we get that on our calendar, Denise?
Can we, well, I'm just trying to think here.
Is everyone agreed on that? Then I make a motion, we table.
Well, can I make a stab here? I mean, if, and I'll just show my cards before I even make my motion, but if we make this contingent upon approval, contingent upon for final review, if any council members have a concern about it, we will trigger a meeting on Tuesday, the 14th, to review and finalize. That would give us the option of, we would set a time where we have to call the mayor and establish a meeting and notify him, say, I mean, the usual time, we usually have these done by Thursday night, or we can even say Friday evening. You have until Friday evening to call in. If no council members call in, it's approved and we move on.
I don't think we can legally do that, can we, Jeff?
Contingent
By
upon,
default, you're gonna have it approved.
No, I just want the meeting.
I'd rather have an electronic meeting where you just voted on it clean, if you need to. I mean, you guys, they've asked to have you do it quickly. I think Jim probably appreciates it. I appreciate it. I don't think I'm misunderstanding.
I think we're good with
Somehow
being
Jim may
here
not come to a
Tuesday at
conclusion right
4.
then.
you may not, and any council member could say, I have concerns, we trigger a meeting and we come in. It might be, so I'm going to make my motion.
Wait, no, wait.
You can
I'm going to make a
deny it.
motion. We table this to December 15th at 4 o'clock.
And I'm going to second it.
Coates eye.
I have a motion and a second to table for another meeting, council meeting, December 14th or 15th, excuse me, 4 o'clock.
Bundy, aye.
Coates eye.
IVI, did we get a second?
Yeah.
We did.
Yes. Okay.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, guys. It's very much appreciated. I know it's hard this time of year. Just appreciate it. I'll see you then. I'll get all these changes to you before that meeting too.
That would be
you'll have a
great.
complete one.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 13, award of bid. Consideration to award the bid for Grapevine Pass Wash Wells 3 through 6. Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mayor. On December 3rd, we opened bids for our project, the Grapevine Well Project. The project consists of drilling 4 wells up in the Grapevine area. And the little background behind this, the Grapevine wells, we have 2 of them, very low producing wells, 120 gallon a minute wells. We've got all the infrastructure in there thinking that we were going to hit good wells at the time. So the idea of this is we're going to go in, drill smaller holes and go after just the 100 gallon a minute water, drill multiple wells, and produce that much more water for us to where it takes more of our dependency off of the higher price Conservancy District water. So with that,
what's the archaeology that you're expecting that said that, because oftentimes you put more wells and you just get less water. Are you thinking that it's a fairly shallow and flat underground
it's not
flow?
shallow.
Or not flat. I mean, and not depth of where the water field is, but the depth of how much water is in there is shallow.
There's a lot of water. It's just the fractures aren't there to carry it to our wellheads. So that's what we found is we don't have the fractures in there that carries that water to our well points. So that's why
diversifying. So there is a risk that we would drill more water and just really not get much out of it.
Well, we pretty much, to get 100 gallons a minute, 120 gallons a minute up in that area, we're pretty sure we're going to get that fairly easy. Now, we might luck out and hit an area where we might get
some real good flow.
600 gallons a minute.
But you're not going in with very big piping.
Well, we're drilling a 14-inch casing.
Okay.
So with that 14-inch, or we're drilling a 14-inch hole, we'll put an 8-inch casing, which in turn we can put in a 3-inch pump that will, because we're pumping from 800 feet down. So we're putting in a submersible pump and we will pump that water. Now, if we get in there and they will test pump it, if they go in and test pump that well and it produces 600 gallons a minute, we'll go in and re-drill that to the bigger drill size to put in the larger casing to accept the larger well. So the gamble, it's not much of a gamble where we know we're going after low producing wells, but we've already got an infrastructure already in there. The pipeline, the power lines are all there to handle this because we built it with previous projects.
And then again, I'm kind of fascinated by this, but do you do a cost benefit analysis on?
We actually did it, and I wished if you give me enough time, I can find it, but we did. That's one of the things we required when we did this. We did a cost benefit. What's our cost to drill these wells? What's our cost of our water going to be? And we depreciated everything out. We carried it out for the life cycle of the well, and it brought our water in. And I want to say it came in at like $1.20 per thousand. And
For over what length of time?
Over the 20-year life cycle.
The 20-year life cycle.
Well, we only did a 20-year life.
It brings it in as $1.20.
So that included down the road having to replace the pumps, having to do the things down through that 20-year. Now, as that year goes by, our actually cost per thousand started dropping down, but our cost per water on the buying it through the regional water supply agreement, it's going up 10 cents a thousand every year to $2 a thousand gallons. So this is going to be a cost savings for our water users, and that's the only reason that we're doing this is that cost savings. Now, if we do hit a good producing well, we're going to have to start looking for water rights because right now we have a surplus of rights, but not a lot of surplus.
So
that would be a bad. Now, Be
Not a bad
thing.
problem
That'd
to
be a
have,
great
huh?
thing if we get
So
water.
if you get a high producing well, would you not drill all the wells then, or would you still drill those?
Well, with test pump, we're drilling all the wells. We're going to go ahead and drill all the wells. If we hit a good producer, if they're all good producers, we're going to go through and come back and.
Okay.
The risk in drilling for water is that you don't hit anything, but you can be reasonably positive that you'll find it there because there's
it's a good formation. It just doesn't
yeah.
have the fractures that we need to carry the water to our well.
Just don't
Then
get
tell
into
me
that.
about the process of going and looking for more water rights.
It's really tough around here. One of the good things is the reason we joined in the water regional water supply agreement is back in the 2000s. Whenever a water right would come available, people knew that and they would market it to all of the cities. And we were artificially increasing that rate, that water right, because we all needed it. And so people were, we were paying double the price of what we should pay for a water right. So now any water rights that come available, that price isn't.
But those water rights that be shifted from somewhere else have to be within the drainage basin, so it's not going to be just anywhere.
Yeah, I can't go buy a water right in Cedar City. I can't go over and buy a water right over in Santa Clara.
Yeah,
because that part of the diversion can't be transferred that far.
But aren't those all subject to the aquifer? Like this is the Navajo aquifer here.
Well, even over there's all that. Pretty much everything here is the Navajo, but our point of diversion can't transfer that far.
So this, I think your recommendations for this Lang equipment, correct?
Yes.
To do that, are they? You said you indicate that they're licensed, but or the engineer does. Have you worked with them before? Or?
We haven't worked with Lang. So Lang used to be, you probably heard of them, Lang Exploratory Drilling. They were a very, very large company. Lang sold out the company and then decided he didn't like to be out of business. So he started back up as Lang Drilling. We're very, very excited about it. The well driller that we use for all of our wells, it's Peterson Brothers Drilling out of northern Utah. They don't have the type of drill equipment they use a cable, and this has to be a rotary air to drill this. They don't have the equipment. We talked to them. They're very comfortable with Lang as a driller. You probably couldn't get a better driller to come down and do this work. So we're very excited about them bidding this project.
And at that depth, that's
right.
Very important.
And Mike, you may have answered this, but had we already budgeted for the engineer's estimate then, or?
Right. Yeah. So our budget is 3.2 million in this budget. Now this is just to drill the well. We still got to equip. We still got to get SCADA. We still got to put the piping from the
but as
well.
far as the drilling, this came in very, very favorable based on the engineer's estimate.
Yes.
And it looks like competitive because, the three other bids are kind of varied and this one is the best by a little bit.
Yep. Not terribly far apart on them. I kind of an equal spread apart.
And nothing on there made you concerned? There wasn't nothing that you could see they missed? Or
And they're actually wanting to come down here and get started before the first of the year. So we're really pushing the window because this is all up in the habitat. Yeah. We're pushing the window for doing the drilling up in the habitat, trying to get
doing, Ken?
Good. How are you?
outside the window while the turtles go to sleep. We will be, some of them will be in that.
You don't want to
goes along really well because also in the budget we have a tank that's going to go up to that area that we're working with the developer up there with Coal West to get this tank put in.
My daughter goes to sleep at the same time the turtles do, I think, then.
Wake up at the same time.
I don't know. You didn't say
Not
what
for
time
4
they wake
months,
up.
though.
You just said the time the turtles go to sleep.
Okay, if no other discussion, I would make a motion that we award the bid for the Great Plain Pass Wash Wells 3 through 6 to Lang Equipment Company in the amount of $971,884.
Second by Coates.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Bundy, please.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is approved. Thank you, Mike. Item B, consideration to award the bid for the repair work on Parks water tank. Assistant Leisure Services Director Cole Staley.
Thank you, Mayor. I was sad to hear that your father is hospitalized.
Yeah.
He used to grumble at me like that when I was a kid, hanging out over at your house and in the classroom both.
Still the same.
Yeah. Best wishes
Thank
to
you.
him, please. You've probably seen the briefing document and supporting documents in your packet. Really, the purpose of my attendance tonight is twofold. First, to ask for your consideration to award a bid for the repair of the 250,000 gallon water tank located at the Parks Yard. And if approved, to determine a funding source for that purpose, because this was an unforeseen circumstance. About 2 months ago, we recognized some leaking coming out of that water tank. It's the oldest existing water tank in Washington City, placed in 1967, and for a period of time it was decommissioned. Has been recommissioned and now provides a water source to the Washington City Community Center, the Washington City Cemetery, and to our ball fields. And so it's a important source of water for our community. Also, we asked Sunrise Engineering to come and do a inspection and an assessment of the tank. So we allowed the water to drain essentially. Dustin Schaefer came up, and with our staff, we did an assessment. It is still structurally sound, but requires some extensive repairs. Rather than pay for the cost of the replacement, this would be a much more cost-effective solution. Working with Sunrise Engineering, we went through an RFP, a request for proposal process, received 4 bids, quite a range in those bids, from about $108,000 to $207,000. My staff, as well as staff from Sunrise Engineering, performed what is called a decision matrix to take into account and consideration all of the variables. And fortunately, our recommendation is Gerber Construction, coming in at the lowest bid of $108,000 and some change. Engineering costs would come in around $10,000 or $12,000. We haven't seen all of a final cost there. So essentially about $120,000 is going to be required if approval and award of the bid is given to Gerber. Otherwise, it would be considerably more money.
How soon could they start doing the work on the repair?
Just after the first of the year. We need to have it back up and running by early spring. When it starts to warm up again. We can't be without water at those critical areas. We'll lose turf.
What are they doing to how are they repairing it? Do you have like a quick? Is it just cracks in the tank, or is it more than that?
It is a little more than that. I am not familiar with the entire process, although it is outlined in the bid itself. Not having experience, I don't want to speculate on the type of work but all of them come back with essentially the same type of repair. Gerber is using a little different material that is a little more cost effective, but based upon our research, is just as effective as methods that have been used, alternate methods.
So Cole, did they look at the integrity of the rest of the tank? I mean, is that something to consider?
That was the very first thing that we did. Again, Sunrise came, and we actually got right down in the tank. And because we needed to assess the integrity of the entire tank to make sure that it was still structurally sound, heaven forbid, that continues to crack and we have a flood up in that part of the community. That would be a tragedy for sure.
Mike, what would a $250,000 water tank cost if we were to buy a new one? Not that I'm recommending this, but just for reference.
Well, that's about what we're working on in this tank for coal development. It's 280, I believe, that we're working on up there. And our engineer estimate on that's about $500,000, $600,000 for the tank.
Thank you.
I have a question for either Jeremy or Brian. Do you have any recommendation on where the funding might come from? One, and then two, would it require a budget opening, or do we have funds available?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Brian and I spoke about this morning, and it would require a budget opening, but we can make that happen. We'd probably just bring it from savings, general fund savings. We would bring the budget opening. We're planning on doing a budget amendment first meeting, second meeting in January. So we'll bring it then. So we'd have no problem with you approving it now.
And just paying it from fund balance, essentially? Savings
That's right.
fund balance?
That's right, yeah.
Do we have in the plans at any time to decommission this? Is it in like the master plan to redo this tank at any time? It was always, okay, Mike shaking his head no for the record.
And if no further discussion, I'd make a motion that I will make a motion that we approve the repair work on the park's water tank to Gerber Construction, in the amount of $108,827.
You need to improve the cost for the engineering fees as well.
Oh.
12,000.
Okay. 12, is it 12,000 even?
Approximately. We don't have the final invoice from Sunrise, but
I would amend that motion to include approximately $12,000 for the engineering.
Total would be $120,827.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Councilman Coates.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. Do a roll call vote. Start with Councilman Staley, please.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Cole, for your time.
Thank you.
We'll move on to council business. Consideration to approve one-time funding for Washington City employees, city manager.
First, I want to congratulate you all on your stamina. I mean, this is here we are going on 5 hours, and you're still going strong. I'm gonna have to find out what kind of caffeine you all drink. This will be a quick one, I hope. We've discussed it with most of you. The recommendation would be to approve a $200 gift check for full-time employees of the city. It'd be a one-time Christmas gift check. We kind of all recognize the type of year 2020 has been. I know a lot of our staff are even struggling to try to come up with a Christmas party or a holiday event that fits within COVID guidelines, and we've been through that certainly already tonight. We do have a Christmas card for each employee that's signed by the mayor and city council, and the check will go out with that card. So if you have any questions, that's what we're looking for.
If there's no questions, staff,
I just think this is this has been a tough year for our employees. And Jeremy, I think this is great. I mean, I know how hard they've worked, and they've had to adjust and adapt and go through a lot of things. So I think this is a very fitting thing that you brought forward.
Well, and I'll just add on to what Councilman Staley said, in that, we've said a lot of times that this is uncharted territory. And when you do that, it takes a lot of extra time and effort and work to find good answers and resolutions. But I was impressed that the city was always able to conduct business and get things done. And that's not without a lot of effort and dedication. And it's certainly something that I can support wholeheartedly.
So with saying that, I would recommend we approve the $200 gift check to the full-time employees with the condition that it gets out as soon as possible.
I'll second the motion, Councilman Staley.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Councilman Bundy, will you start that, please?
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
Mayor, if the council wants to hear it, we have some updates from the League of Cities, LPC on some of the COVID vaccinations. I know that you probably read about it, and I don't need to go into it if there's not a need, but the state will distribute vaccinations as they become available. That was the first little bit of a misunderstanding, is that they're not holding them or keeping them. They will distribute it as they come available. There's 3 manufacturers that's creating a competitive market, which is good. But there is a timeline spelled out. They're hoping to get some out as early as mid this month, to the frontline medical workers, and then in later December to the first responders, and then January and March would be the long-term care essentials, and then in April would be the high-risk individuals, which would be 65 and older, teachers and high-risk categories, and then the general population for those that would want it would be in May and June. I personally think the latest conversation was that those dates could be moved up as they become, as supply lines and transportation and distribution gets refined. But that's kind of the overall look. And I would just add to that this is something that will offer some real relief and some ability to be able to work ourselves out of this COVID situation with some assurances that people are safe and protected. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no others. I guess there's a need to go to a closed session to discuss pending or potential litigation. Is that correct?
Are you gonna just dial back? Keep the connect?
No, what I'd like to do is I would like to ask you, Councilman Ward, as Mayor Pro Tem, to conduct that meeting. Okay?
Is with me.
Okay, I make a motion that we close the general session or the regular session of City Council and go into executive session for the purpose of, what was it again?
Litigation. Pending or potential litigation.
Okay.
Second by Councilman Coates.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you all. Hey, thank you all so much, Council. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Thank you.